I move a call of the Senate.
A call of the Senate has been moved and sustained. Sergeants, please close the doors, lock them, don't let anyone leave. And Mr. Schaffler, please call the roll.
Senators Amabile, Baisley, Ball, Bridges, or Benavidez, Bridges, Bright, Carson, Catlin, Cutter, Danielson, Doherty, Exum, Frizzell, Gonzalez, Hendrickson, Judah, Kip, Kirkmeyer, Kolker, Lindstedt, Liston, Marchman, Mullica, Pelton B, Peltonar, Rich, Roberts, we did that. Rodriguez. Here. Simpson. Snyder. Sullivan. Wallace. Weissman. Zamora Wilson. Benavidez. Danielson.
I don't have to, Robert. I don't have to.
Exum.
We're already getting rolled. I'm gonna excuse Daniel.
Frizzell. Mullica. Roberts.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the call be raised.
The motion is to raise the call. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the call has been raised. Mr. Schaffler, please excuse Senator Danielson. Committee report.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1430 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the third reading of bills final passes consent calendar be laid over until later in the day. Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate proceed out of order to take up third reading of bills final passage.
The motion to proceed out of order to take up third reading of bills final passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. We'll proceed out of order. Third reading of bills final passage. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 192.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 192. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of Senate Bill 192.
Senate Bill 192 by Senator Cutter and Representative Soper and Joseph concerning an appeals process for producers to contest the eco-modulated dues assessed against producers to finance a producer responsibility program for statewide recycling.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 192 on third reading and final passage.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 192. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader, Kirkmeyer, Frizzell, Zamora Wilson, Rich, Baisley, Liston, Pelton R., Catlin, Carson, Bright, Pelton B., with a vote of 22 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused. Senate Bill 192 is passed. Co-sponsors. Meh.
Please add the President.
That's right. Please add the President. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we lay over the remainder of the third reading of bills calendar till later in the day.
You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we'll lay over the balance of third reading calendar to later in the day. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate proceed out of order for moments of personal privilege.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate will proceed out of order for moments of personal privilege. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you. Members, today we want to take some time. Do I have to ask a moment of personal privilege? May I have a moment of personal privilege, Mr. President?
Granted.
Thank you. Members, today we want to take time to honor some of our departing members. Senator Gonzalez, please join us here at the well so we can present you with your crystal, a flag flown in your honor, and your tribute. At least you made it on time today.
Terrible.
Colleagues, I had the honor and distinct pleasure and maybe burden of running for this seat in a primary at the same time as Senator Gonzalez. I've known of Senator Gonzalez since long before we ever met because she's been a force in Denver in politics and organizing and labor stuff since I had engaged myself in running for office. But my first meeting with her was when Senator Romer was running for mayor against Michael Hancock, City Councilman Michael Hancock, and he was in the race, and we had a Latinos for Romer event at Torres Mexican Restaurant. And I somewhere in my social media page, I probably have the photo of us at that thing. It was the first time in person we had met. And then we ran for office and called each other, and we were two of the few people, and many of you know Denver, it's the race is the primary. And we both had primaries, and we'd call each other all the time and keep each other going, but we both won the race. And, you know, I remember before she decided to run, because I announced earlier, I was, hey, can we meet? Can we meet? I was going to ask her for her endorsement and all that stuff, and then she runs for office. Like, God damn it! She's like, should have asked me beforehand. But you know, we came in at the same time. We both had primaries. We both won them. We both didn't know if we would win them, and then we won. And then we came into this building together as freshman legislators. At the time, we were asked to. It was about making sure we had Latino people in office because we had like 6 of the 5 members leaving both chambers, and we were going to be down to 2, if I remember. And that was the year that we came back, because the highest we had been, I think it was like 9, and we came back and got to 12 or 14, and it was the first time that we had done this. And they had Senator Benavidez was here when we left, and they had started the Latino caucus, and Councilman Gonzalez, we all came in at the same time, and we made our pledge to create and rebuild the Latino caucus that we had, the Democratic caucus. But we came in, we built an organization. We went out and toured our state, all over the state, because we're not a monolith, and that was the thing that I appreciate the work that we did when we came in, because it wasn't about us, and it was going out. Well, Denver, we have a lot of Latinos, and we had a lot of Latino electeds. We recognize in the Valley, and El Paso has a big part, Pueblo, up in the mountains of Glenwood Springs. So we made it our goal to go out to our communities across the state and listen to their problems, because we knew what they had to deal with wasn't the same as ours. And that was some of the work Senator Gonzalez brought to me. And then we also sat in judiciary together, because we both were in the criminal justice space, which why I'm not worried about working late, because we both are used to sitting in judiciary till late nights. And Senator Gonzalez and me and who's the chair? Pete Lee. It was the 3 of us, and we were always honored because it was me, Bob Gardner, and Senator Cook were the Judiciary Committee, and we had our lawyers, and the rest of us weren't lawyers. Generally, Cook and I wouldn't talk; we'd just vote. And then if he spoke, I was like, "Darn it, John, I have to speak now." You know. The other ones would talk and pontificate, and we were always very grateful that we weren't the House Judiciary Committee, which was run by the now chair of the House Judiciary Committee, Weissman, because it's going in front of the bench, and everybody's got an opinion, and they're probably all wrong, but they get paid to find a reason. But Julie was always the calm level in the storm. We had a very tight group with our Judiciary Committee, and she would sit there with me in our little huddles with our staffer, and me and the chair would go at it on policy, because I would generally be with them, but I would disagree with them many times, but we'd never do it at the well. It was always in committee. And she was like the child in front of us who would just shut up and shut down. And she's like, I don't know what you guys are fighting. I was like, we're not fighting in front of the kids, but me and him would go at it in the room, and we'd never do it at. But, you know, she's always been a friend to me. She's been behind me my whole time, and I have had the honor of serving with her. Never thought I would be where I'm at, and she's part of that as far as majority leader. And I am so honored to be her friend and be here for her when she is now on our side of the Democratic side of the ticket, the top of the ticket. On the ballots we'll get this year in the Democratic primary, she will be the first name shown, and I'm so proud of you for that. And politically, that's an easy race to win. It's a very easy, simple message to say: vote top of the ticket. But, you know, what we've been through together, what we've done, and how we've grown both as people and our friendship, I'm looking forward to still, hopefully, you answer my call when you're in Washington, D.C. Don't change your number. But on that, I want to let other people talk. We have to keep this limited to an hour, and I didn't prepare. I thought I'd get to do wrap up, but Julie, I love you and I thank you. Any other members that want to come to the well and speak are welcome to come up.
Senator Benavidez.
Thank you, Mr. President. And do I have to ask for a moment of personal privilege?
Granted.
Thank you. You know, I knew Julie long before either of us had any designs on coming over here. When she was young, out of college, and came here, and she was feisty and wanted to do a lot of things in organizing. I mean, many of you know one of the groups you work with here, CIRC, Colorado Immigrant Rights Coalition, that had iterations before it became CIRC. It had Rights for All People is the first one, and that grew out of Janitors for Justice. And so she was always involved. We were both founding members of the Colorado Latino Forum. And so we were working in the community on lots of organizations, getting things going long before we ever thought of coming here. So when I saw Julie come here, you know, I wasn't surprised that Julie, she leads with her heart. And she is not going to not say what's on her mind and not make things uncomfortable for people. I mean, that's the reality of moving forward and making changes in this world, in this city, in this legislature. And Julie is one of those that is not afraid to do that. And I always admired that in her. And she was one of those rare Chicanas who was educated, knowledgeable, could speak to anything and move forward and get people excited about things. And that's what she did. And then when I came over here, and honestly, and I told you about CIRC and other groups we had in the community, the stuff going on with immigrants didn't start under this administration. It's been going on for years. In 2005, many of us, including Julie, organized a major march for immigration reform. There was over 100,000 people that marched from the north side of Denver over here to the Capitol. And we had a huge rally. So this is not anywhere a new issue. This has been ongoing. So we saw that people needed protections and things weren't happening at the federal level. We all know about DACA, but that wasn't until 2012. People had no protections at all. And these are young people that came here with their families. They didn't have a choice in it. Many of them didn't even know they were undocumented until they were 16 and tried to get a job and realized they couldn't. So it was a community we had to fight for, and Julie was at the forefront. We brought an early bill in 2019 that the administration didn't want, the leadership in either house didn't want, and we, along with our colleagues, wouldn't take no for an answer. We said, we are going to do this. I think Tom remembers that bill because he spoke about it. Weissman remembers that bill and voted for it. And it was the legislators that said to leadership, we're doing this, and said to the governor, we are doing this. So we have a lot more power than we think we have, and Julie is at the forefront of that. And that's just one example. We did that bill together. It's withstood at least 5 court challenges, and it is still there. And we worked on many more after that. I'm not going to recount all the bills, but it was important. And I know the majority leader mentioned our Latino caucus. We're a little wobbly right now, but we're going to get our legs back. And we're going to do things. And what we were able to do is to say together, there's some needs that aren't always addressed. There's some communities that need to have our voices. And we are going to really miss Julie's voice in this. But I personally know she's not going away. I'm still going to end up working with her in community and doing things with her because that's the kind of person she is. And like I already said, She leads with her heart, and as long as people are still being the most vulnerable people are being hurt by things going on in the world, in the state, she's going to help with that. So I look forward to working with her, not saying goodbye, but working with her in other capacities in the future. But I am sad, as soon as I get here, she leaves. So that's bad, but either way, I'm going to miss you.
Senator Weissman.
Thanks, Mr. President. I too ask for a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you. I wasn't sure how this was going to go and who was going to get a chance to talk. I certainly didn't write anything out, but I guess I wanted to reflect on the couple of different phases of Senator Gonzalez that I've known over the years. There's a theme emerging here where I too knew Senadora before either of us was elected, possibly even before I ever thought of running, because your reputation far preceded you, because you had earned that. I knew of this person whose name kept popping up, who was this force in causes of immigration advocacy. We sort of were working in an adjacent way. Before you were in here, I happened to get elected in 2016. Was not surprising to me to see you running in 2018, and that was the year when voters statewide made some different choices. And relative to my first 2 years, which were a time of divided control, those of us coming in or back in 2018 knew that we had maybe a little more runway. And right away, all of the biggest fights that I would start in the House, where I didn't know if I was going to win or lose, but I knew I needed somebody who would be fearless to take the baton if I could even get it to them in this chamber. Invariably, I would go to Senadora. Over the years, we have won some of those fights, and we've lost some. But somebody who is truly fearless, truly unafraid. I mean, maybe we all think that we are that, but very few of us actually are. I think you are one who actually is that way. And then, I served my 8 years in the House. I got the opportunity to come over here as well, and that sort of put us into a new phase, and offices were being allocated, and we ended up each with approximately a broom closet worth of office space up there in the corner. But I wouldn't have had it any other way. I think a lot of folks were maybe up in that corner at some point, and there was this weird half divider wall that had been up there for a number of years, and we'd shout over the wall at each other on things. A lot of our aides were friends, and they had a lot of friends, and we came at some point last year to calling that corner of the building the room of requirement. And any Harry Potter fans in here will know what I'm talking about. Thank you to the senator from Greenwood Village. That configuration, I don't know if I would have ended up on the most consequential bill that I did last year, but for that. The story is that before what became known as SB 276 was ever introduced, Senator was having a meeting with somebody on some aspect of that bill, and I hollered a officious detail over the wall. There ensued a conversation. Hey, Weissman, have you thought about how you might want to help on this bill? Well, if it goes to State Affairs, I'll be chairing that hearing, and if it goes to Judiciary, you'll be presenting, so I'll be chairing that hearing. It's like, no, do you want to be on the bill? So about 3 seconds later, I said yes, and there we went. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to have engaged in that work. And then appropriately, I think, in our last year, they did these renovations around here. Last summer, that weird little divider wall came down, and I think it took each of us about 10 seconds to decide that, no, we would love to keep sharing that space. We don't need to move around, and it doesn't matter to have more space. It doesn't matter to have some space that somehow is esteemed higher. It matters to have your own little community in this place, which can be so, alienating. So we have our shared Southwestern art and hummingbirds and buffaloes, and haven't had time to do as many of the tarot consultations this year as previously, and I even augmented the number of squishmallows up there. It's a rare thing to go through this place and really make a friend that you can trust to talk about just about anything. I don't know if all of us go through however many years and even have that, but I've certainly come to have that here in the last 2 years and probably more. And it's been, I don't know how I would have gotten through this first half of a term in the Senate without that. And you're going to be irreplaceable here, and I'm going to miss you tremendously. And as others have said, whatever happens downstream from here, I know we'll keep in touch. So thank you for lending so much of yourself to this place for so long.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Do I have to ask for a moment of personal privilege?
Granted.
Thank you. See, I didn't even really have to ask. So 4 years ago, the day prior to CNADA, I got in my first real conflict. You could say fight. I mean, it was a very heated debate. Yeah, my first real fight in this place was the day before CNADA with Julie Gonzalez. And the next session, the first real fight that I had in this place, as in I have a bill that is a contentious bill and I'm bringing this bill, was with Julie Gonzalez. And I think one of my favorite moments will be actually when I was asked really early on in session by President Venberg, hey, have you heard about this bill? What do you think of this bill? It was for cause eviction. And I said, oh, I'm on that. And he's like, you? With Julie? And yes. And then it became a thing because we had this kind of blow up fight my very first session. And then after that, it was, for a couple years there were a lot of bills where it's that's a Gonzalez-Henriksen bill. And, algorithmic rent setting, oh, that's a Gonzalez-Henriksen bill. Revolving loans for mobile home parks so that residents could become owners in a co-op of their power. Oh, that's a Henriksen-Gonzalez bill or Gonzalez-Henriksen bill. There were several others of those that are escaping me at the moment, but there was a while there, and I think it was weird to a few people, and sometimes it was weird to us, but it was an incredible experience, and I am deeply grateful for the friendship that has come from that experience. And I'm particularly grateful for both in those fights together and outside of those fights, the constant reminder that you provided that running policy that challenges deeply entrenched power structures is always hard. There is always a cost, and it is always worth it. And I think what I have valued the most about that is the times that I could sit in your office with a heavy weight on my shoulders, unsure of how to proceed, to talk through it with you, and just be reminded that there was somebody else who got it. I am deeply grateful for that. And one other thing I'll say real quick before I'll step aside here is I don't know if it was last summer or the summer before where we ended up at the governor's mansion together to be told that algorithmic rent setting was being vetoed. It must have been last summer. I was in a particularly frustrated mood. I had 3 meetings that day at the governor's mansion. And each one was a, hey, I'm vetoing this bill. And this was the 3rd bill. And at the end of our meeting, which was, I think, particularly frustrating because of some of the arguments that were made for both of us, the governor said to Julie, this is, well, I'm sorry, but give Nick a hug, because this is like the 3rd one today that he's had to go through. I don't remember the exact response, but the response was something along the lines of, Mr. Governor, it's not my job to fix the harms you're creating. You give him a hug yourself. And I'll leave with that because that is just so quintessentially Julie Gonzalez, and I deeply appreciate it.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. All right, I'm not really of the understanding that these are supposed to be sappy kind of. Oh, may I have a moment of personal privilege?
Grant.
Thank you so much. There you go. Okay, I'm not usually of the idea that these are supposed to be sappy occasions, where we say all these really like this, things that maybe we would say like in our high school yearbook or something. So I'm just going to say a few words as well with regard to the good senator from Denver. I think I've mentioned this before on the floor about my first real experience with the Senatorial 5. Well, guess who was there? All the way until 2 in the morning, as a matter of fact. Do you remember that? And I remember even as we were sitting there trying to wait for things, and then she'd leave, and then she'd come back, and we're still waiting. And then even in committee, she'd do this. And I'm like, oh my God, enough of the snapping. So I'm just going to say, enough of the snapping. Stop with the snapping. I thought, geez, knock it off. And she just looked at me like, huh. And I thought, well, there you go. That's who she is. But I don't know if you remember this or not. One time you were debating on the floor. And I was watching you, and I was thinking, that woman's amazing. She knows her stuff. She's at the well. She stands here and does stuff like this. And then, and I'm thinking this little finger tap is her way of doing snaps, but you're not really supposed to do that at the well. And she just stands here and looks around, stares at people with that fierceness in her eyes. And I thought, my God, she reminds me of my daughter. And do you remember me coming up to you afterwards? I didn't really know you then. I thought, God, you're a lot like my daughter. And I just know why now we've had such a tortured relationship sometimes. No. Just joking. I have really enjoyed working with you. Mostly because of a lot of things, but your astounding knowledge of the system and the rules. Everyone should pay attention. Everyone should have paid attention. You missed it. If you weren't paying attention, you missed it. The good senator from Denver knows the rules inside and out, and she knows how to use them against you, and she knows how to use them for you. And, it was amazing watching you. And I watched you work with Senator Gardner, and it was fun to watch it because you both knew the rules. You both were talking your legal arguments. But the mutual respect between the two of you was just fun for us to watch and be a part of. So thank you for sharing that with us. And just, again, your knowledge of the rules. We've got different ideas of what stakeholdering means. In fact, we learned about that this morning. But again, you do remind me of my daughter in a lot of really good ways. It's that fierceness that you have, that you present when you're either in the well or you're chairing a committee. And the politeness that you bring forward. But it's how smart you are, you're headstrong, but you're very caring at the same time, and you demonstrate that. I've seen it time and time in committees. When you're the chair, you have a caring disposition for folks who are testifying. And I think they greatly appreciate that as well. And then there's that, you have this smile that you get, and then you do this direct stare at people with that smile, and I think, oh my God, here it comes. That's the part that really reminded me of my daughter, because it is kind of scary and intimidating, just so you know. And I don't intimidate easily. But last year, we carried a bill together. I don't know that we've really carried very many bills together, but last year we carried a bill together, and I remember we were standing up there. And you know, your chair used to be closer to mine, and I don't know why they moved you, because they moved Bridges closer, and I sit next to him in the JPC. Yeah, it must have been. But anyways, we were having a pretty good time on that, and people were afraid, which was really pretty fun. But it was good. We carried a bill. It was a pleasure working with you on that. And there's just a lot we can say, but I just want to tell you thank you. Thank you. You were the person that in our orientation, which was very brief because it was during COVID, and we were sitting here on this floor, and it was the good senator from the San Luis Valley and the good senator from Centennial, because it was just us. And we were sitting here, and you were giving us, man, the lowdown. And you were snapping, and you were saying, and this is how you do this, and this is how you do this. And she was telling us how to run the floor. And she was willing to impart that information to a couple of Republicans and a Democrat that were new, and grateful for that. I learned a lot that day just listening to what you were saying. But here's the part that I admire the most about you. It is not only your respect for the process and your respect for legislators and your fellow legislators, regardless of which side of the aisle we're on. It's your respect for the people and fulfilling your duties as a state senator. There is a reason why you were on all those ethics commissions. There's a reason for that. And you carried out your duties on those commissions in an exemplary manner. One that, as a state senator, really made us all proud. So thank you. And I have enjoyed working with you. I will miss you. I'm sure I will see you around. We've had some great conversations. We've met and had other meetings. But thank you. And I wish you nothing but great things in your future. You deserve them. And so do the people of this state. Thanks. And everybody snapping. Start snapping. Yeah.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I have a moment of personal privilege?
Grant.
So Julie and I were elected the same year, 2019. I started in the House, she started in the Senate, and what I remember of Julie from watching her from the House was that, like, I would come over here and she would be talking and debating and just really making her voice heard. She is a fierce and a passionate person who always fights for what she believes in. She fights for the people in her community, and she does what she thinks is right. I think I've had the honor of being maybe on 2 bills with Senator Gonzalez. One of them, the first bill was her bill, which was basically to help people get professional licensure in the state regardless of their legal status, which led me to another bill that I asked her to be on with me later, which was a bill that allowed DACA recipients to become police officers. I mean, we have a police shortage and we have people who want to become police officers who are well qualified. Why not, right? And the thing is that these bills change people's lives. I had a young man come up to me at an event just a couple months ago and say, give me this note, and say, I want you to read this. And so I got home and I opened it, and it was all about how this young man was able to get his real estate license, which changed his life because he was able to pursue a profession he wanted. And this young man also down in Centennial who was able to achieve his dream of becoming a police officer down in Lone Tree. and I'm hoping that, the bill has helped other people, but the bills that Julie has worked on are really bills that affect people's lives and make people's lives better. So it has been an honor serving with you. And I really appreciate also that at the end of last session, I was introduced to Blockus by Julie. I think she brought it along for end of session, and I introduced it to my family. And I have to tell you, so, anybody who's played Blockus with Julie, right? It's great. So for Christmas this last year, I have 4 people in my family, so we have now 4 Blockus. And if you put 4 Blockus together, you can do Super Blockus. I'm just saying. So, just an idea for if you ever have time in the future, once you, take a small break perhaps from public service or not. But thank you for all you do.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
A couple of thoughts this morning about Senator Gonzalez. One of, I think, maybe 4 members on this side of the aisle I've served my entire six years with, and it's been such an honor and privilege. I have such admiration for your passion and dedication and your approach to being here in this chamber. And like I'd like to say, also a sense of openness and willingness, maybe except for the very first time. I know I must have been intimidated the very first time, but you've always been very thoughtful and engaged with me, and the opportunity truly to step up and help. Like I reached out to Senator Gonzalez last summer in an area where she has an abundance of expertise about immigration. Like I had a personal connection to a challenge, and she stood up and really advocated for folks that I know, and very specifically for an instance that impacted me and my community, and I'm so grateful and thankful for that. It really was meaningful. And then layer on top of that, I'm so proud, I think we ran one bill together, and I got the senator in front of the Ag Committee for the first time ever, I think, in 8 years. The Colorado Potato Seed Act, which ended up being semi-controversial. It shouldn't have been, but it ended up being a little controversial. So appreciate her willingness to join me on that bill. Having her come to the Valley and ride the Cumbers and Toltec Scenic Railroad, that was a fantastic experience. Having the Latino Caucus for dinner in the Friars Fork in Alamosa was an amazing opportunity. Her connection, a lot of times she's just associated as this urban legislator, but she has great rural roots and connections. Family from Gardner and time on ranches in Texas, and I feel very blessed and honored to have had the opportunity to serve with Senator Gonzalez in this chamber, and really wish you the best of luck in your endeavors going forward. And again, stay in touch. I have a great appreciation for Senator Gonzalez.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I have a moment of personal privilege?
Granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I just want to start by saying when I got to the Senate, I came straight out of nowhere, like not the legislature. And Julie was one of the first folks who offered to mentor me. And what she said was, you don't have to have just one mentor. You can have lots and keep your options open. And I've kind of taken that with me throughout my time here. The bills that Julie runs push the envelope. And I have such respect for your courage. You show courage to do the right thing, to do it with your whole chest, and to do it right now. And I have such respect for that, and I try to carry that with me, because if not now, when? And if not us, who? And that's what I've learned from you. She also does really know the rules, and I'll never forget one of the first times I was chairing the COW, and Julie wanted to reject a committee report. And I was like, okay, that's cool. What's that mean? And she's just like, no, just follow me. You'll see me down here. You're gonna call it real quick, and then we're done. And oh my gosh, we got it done. I wanna say it was the day before sine die. The majority leader and the president were out. We were running it, and we got that committee report taken off. I don't remember what happened after that, but it was the first time I'd ever done anything like that. So I just really appreciate all that you've done for me as a person as well, because I've been able to call you when I'm frustrated, when I'm sad, when I'm confused, when I don't get it. And you've always been there for me, and I'm always here for you as well. I'll never forget some words that Julie shared with one of our good colleagues, who we're not always on the same side of policy. But she said something that sticks with me, and it's called "stab me in the front." And like, that matters. That's about integrity. That's about do what you say you're gonna do, and then if you don't, fix it, and fix it really quickly. And that's integrity, and that's something that you've always had. And then I've got to put in one note for my husband, because my husband doesn't like politicians. I think he likes me a little. But even that we're not sure. But he saw Julie doing her campaign thing, and oh my goodness, my husband is top of the line fan for Julie for Senate. So the Marchmans wish you all the best and love you, and I'll miss you.
Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. President. Request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Hola. First time that we worked on a bill together over here in the Senate was two different rental and housing assistance bills in 2020 because of COVID. And very big bills in a real difficult time. And we were talking in the office, and some of you won't be surprised by this. She says, you be the good cop, I'll be the bad cop. I said, I can do that. And she does a bad cop pretty well in a sweet way. And I agree with what Senator Kirkmeyer shared earlier about your presence, especially in committee when you're chairing a committee, how you treat the witnesses and make them feel appreciated about being there, and the words they have to say are very, very important, and you do that very, very well. And we've continued to run a number of bills in the Senate, and I've always admired not only your presence in the well, but how you kind of grab me and just pull me along and say, hey, do this, don't do that. Say this, don't say that. And it's been very, very appreciative because of your knowledge and your skill on getting the message across. So I appreciate that. I wish you well, and I wish you blessings. Thank you.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I have a moment of personal privilege?
Granted.
Thank you. I don't love doing these because I never think I'm going to say the right things. But everyone has said, just hit it. I've always known Well, when we're in the House, it's very mysterious. You senators are very mysterious. If you don't know, because we're literally, 100 feet from each other and never have cause to interact. And so I always, knew Julie from afar and admired Julie from afar. And, interacted at some conferences and things. But I always knew she was a fighter, and she did not back down from a fight. I have been incredibly privileged to be able to work with her on abortion rights issues. My EPR bill, which we've heard a little bit about lately, the recycling system, I couldn't have asked for somebody. Priola and Julie carried it over here, and I started in the House, and I was so grateful because I knew she would fight, and that's what you want when you're sending your bill over to the other chamber. It's kind of like, and you're worried, and I knew she wouldn't back down, and she would make sure we got it done. You always want Julie on your side when you are in a fight, and some of the maybe bravest things I think I've done. Challenging the governor. I remember sitting around a table with a bunch of women and was so happy to have Julie there, challenging the governor on I think it was he wouldn't say the word abortion. I mean, that was part of it. There were several things, but that was part of it. And then getting to co-author a byline with Julie that we put out that was a little salty as well. But doing those brave things is always easier when you have someone as fierce and dedicated and heartfelt, coming from the heart in such a good way as Julie by your side. And I really, really appreciate, who was it that just said stab it? Senator Marchman. My good colleague talked about stabbing you in the front. And that, I appreciate that so much, and Julie just exemplifies that. If you're gonna disagree with someone, be straightforward, talk to them about it. That's all you can ask for in a colleague. We're all gonna have so many disagreements and issues here because, we're here doing hard work and we have a lot of opinions. But she's always direct and always just straightforward and doesn't do things behind your back. And I appreciate that and I value that, and that is really something to be cherished in this place. So I'm gonna miss you a ton, but I believe in you so much, and I know you're gonna go on to do great things, and I'm gonna say, I know her. That's all.
Senator Kolker. Oh, Mr. President,
Oh, Madam President, I request a moment of personal privilege.
granted.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Members, there is nothing that strikes fear in the heart of a legislator, like when the good senator from Denver walks over to where the statues are. While the bill is being heard. On second reading, grabs one of these books and flips precisely to where your bill will be. You start to wonder if you even know what your bill does. You anticipate these questions that might come up, but you realize you're never prepared. And on the other hand, to have the good senator from Denver co-prime a bill with you guarantees 100% passage rates, because you know that while we might not always agree on policy, she has done her due diligence. And it's not just about what the policy states, but it's about the origin and where it has come from. She doesn't waste time on bills like novelty lighters. Every bill has intention. Please don't mention that bill. And then, while we all run bills with intent to make an impact, we also recognize that sometimes the bills we pass and the laws don't always get implemented the way we intend. But when Senator Dora runs a bill, she sees it all the way through, even after it's passed and the governor signed it, to see the impact that she wants. I think in true fashion of what Senator Dora would do, I found this poem and I thought that it described who she is. It says, "She rises from her adversity but never forgets her origin. She learns from her past and chooses to keep going forward even when her steps get heavy. She transforms her pain and suffering into strength and wisdom. Yes, she may stumble. Yes, sometimes she falls. But just as the sun always rises, so too does a powerful woman. She is equipped with an intuition that guides her course like a compass. She strives to love herself and all that she stands for with a fierce loyalty, even when it's difficult. She's not afraid to seek truth, even when it hurts. She is passionate and uses her gifts to inspire and spread light and love with a mind of wonder and a heart of goodness and grit. She is resilient. She refuses to be navigated by fear and doubt. She knows where she's been, where she is, and where she's headed. She uplifts other people and embodies authenticity and humility. She loves deeply, lives with compassion, and is relentlessly unapologetic. She is designed to be admired, not always liked. She is fierce, determined, and unstoppable. She is a powerful woman. And in closing, I would say, we all have the reasons that brought us to this chamber to do this work. But recently, she shared a few photos of her family with me. And I know that when she comes into this building, she brings her mother. She brings her father. She brings her ancestors. She brings her husband, Ben. She brings her community. She brings everybody into this space that has helped create her and make her who she is. And I know without a shadow of a doubt, her parents are proud of her. Her family's proud of her. Her community's proud of her. And we are proud of her. Thank you so much, Senadora, for all that you are, all that you've done, all that you will do, and keep striking fear in the heart of people. You don't have to carry around a statute book, but I guarantee you that when they see you coming, they know you mean business. You're gonna get the job done. We love you.
Senator Kolker.
Thank you, Madam President. May I have a moment of personal privilege?
Oh, granted.
Thank you. Y'all, it's time for a bit of righteous speech making for the Senadora. It's time to make sure that we understand what's important. It's time to raise our voices. Because when we fight, we win. All right. Right? But she comes and stands by my desk. She looks over, and she stands real close, makes me real uncomfortable. She looks down. She looks ahead. I look up, a little nervous, a little scared. All right, what did I do wrong now? But no, she's got a purpose. She knows what she's doing. She's trying to find out what's going on. She wants your opinion. This senator was the first and only person to come to my house before I was elected, who was already elected, sat down with my wife and I in our living room, asked me to play the guitar, and I embarrassed myself because, you know, she is a virtuoso herself. Come on now. Come on. I am not. And wanted to find out about me. Wanted to find out what made me tick, why I was running. And I came up to you last week, 2 weeks ago. I don't know, time is flowing. And I said, because I wanted to check in. am I who you expected me to be? Am I doing what you thought I would do? And I think that's something we all should do. I mean, I've been here 6 years, but this was the person who came to me. And I set my goals, and I said who I was, and my word, my honor means the most to me, and you always hold me to it. And whether you're standing up here, and I've got the prime seat right there, and you're looking, and you're giving your speech, you're kind of squinting your eyes, because you mean what you say. And I hope I live up to what I said to you. Thank you for being you. I'll miss you.
Senator Judah.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Yesterday, I was FaceTiming with my husband next to Senator Gonzalez, and he was like, Julie, have I known you longer than I know my wife? And we realized that was true, that he, in fact, has known her longer, and he was a big reason why we met. I was, well before I was elected, I was testifying in this building on bills for 6 years. And she came into that life as I saw her as a legislator running bills. And I realized, okay, this is kind of the model of how you do things as a person of color. When I was elected, I remember we decided to do a housing package, if you will. And the Honorable Senator, now Councilwoman from Denver, she called us into her office, and the good Senator Gonzalez came in, and the 3 brown girls decided what that package was going to be for the rest of the session. And I was like, okay, I'm following whatever they're doing. But she did set the example for me all the way from the House. And I remember that first year, I think you were my Senate sponsor for almost all of my bills. And I felt incredibly honored that someone like yourself felt that I was worthy enough to be my Senate sponsor. I've been up here plenty of times with you, and I have noticed that you and I share a twitch, if you will, and sometimes we're shaking up here with our hands. But I say that not because she's not prepared or she doesn't know what she's going to say. I say that because it humanizes her, and she comes up here and is not afraid to be vulnerable. And it's not lost upon me, as many of us have said, that she is someone who still believes and walks into every room that government can and should be for and by the people. You have never been interested in power or for power's sake. You have carried communities that systematically and historically have been ignored and have told them over and over again that you belong here. And as people have been talking, I've been watching the lobby, and people have been nodding their heads and watching this happen for you. 3 years ago, I think I was in my loneliest time during my tenure here so far, and you were there for me, and you didn't back down, you took the heat, and you did not compromise your moral compass. And I never forgot that. You were the first to say, I'm here, and I will do what you need. You've been willing to speak clearly in the moments when silence would have been easier and safer. And you have reminded people that morality and politics do not live separately. When I won my vacancy to come to the Senate, one of the first people I texted was the president and said, I need to sit next to Julie. And I did that because I knew you would be a great mentor for me coming into a chamber that I was unfamiliar with. I have thought about how we honor our outgoing members when someone says Schaffler during roll call, or we call you Senadora. And I want to make sure that all of us find a way to continue those traditions. But I want you to know that I feel so incredibly honored to have this opportunity to serve my first 2 years with you, and they will live in my mind and heart for as long as I live. Thank you.
Members, before we call on Senadora, it's always great that we can speak about each other as colleagues, but it's even more powerful when you have those who have come before and done amazing work to acknowledge the great work that you've done. And just in case she wasn't going to do it, I wanted to make sure I took this opportunity to acknowledge former Senator Suzanne Williams. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you. Let's give her a round of applause. And now, without further ado, the amazing Senadora Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Oh, I request a moment of personal privilege.
Absolutely.
Colleagues, let's be honest. I'm going to miss some of you more than others. I first off want to start by thanking my husband, Ben. There you go. I think these past 8 years, as hard as they have been, as intense as they have been for me, they have been as hard, if not harder, on him. Love, I love you with my whole heart. And even though I know that this place drives me nuts, which then drives you nuts, thank you for letting me do this work fully and be my full self. That means so much more than words will ever be able to say. I want to thank my family. My brother Louis, my sister-in-law Diana, my niece and nephew, my besties, my community, my legislative aides, Abby, Jessica, Kurt, Michelle, Jackie, Amanda, my interns. I want to thank the sergeants, the custodians, the bill drafters, the fiscal analysts, the enrollees, the nonpartisan staff, interns, aides, lobbyists, advocates. Your commitment and service is what makes this building special, and I could not be more grateful for how you all show up to this work. I'm a person who gives my all until I am spent. It has been both my gift and my weakness. And in a moment when we find ourselves confronting such monumental challenges, I stepped up to run to serve my community because I actually believe that no one else is coming to save us but us. And that no matter where we live in this state, the beauty of this work is that it invites us to come together, to listen to one another, and to solve our problems together. There are parts of this place that I will cherish. Listening to Coloradans directly impacted by broken policies, who still trust enough in this experiment of democracy to come to a random room on a set date and time in order to bare their souls and ask for us to act. Seeing an impossible, monumental challenge and breaking it down into disparate tasks until a solution is identified, and then engaging in the relentless work until it is done, until it is achieved. And the last part of this place that I will cherish are worthy adversaries. Because y'all know that I love me a good fight. But if you've learned anything about me over these past 8 years, you also know that this place has broken my heart more times than I can count. My first year in office, while the majority leader was running a bill and actually chairing the cow for the first time, at that time we were both freshmen, and the majority we had just come into power, and we were getting fast and loose with the rules. And the minority sued us, rightfully so. Now, I was trained under Chris Holbert and Pat Stedman. But that lawsuit taught me an important lesson, that the rules matter, especially when you know how to use them to their full effect. That litigation taught me that it's not only what we do, it's how we do it. So then the following year, during the COVID-19 pandemic, the racial reckoning that followed, the murders of Elijah McClain and George Floyd, and the ensuing economic instability and the housing crisis that laid bare so many of the structural inequities that they weren't new. You just could see them. They had just been simmering underneath the surface for so many Coloradans. Coloradans who either felt taken for granted or who had never actually felt heard by people like us, people in power. I'm a better woman for having had the privilege to hear those stories. And friends, while there are so many parts of this place that I will cherish, There are so many parts of this place that I am ready to leave behind. From my vantage point here on the north side of Denver, fewer and fewer of my Republican colleagues are willing to critique the rhetoric, actions, and policies of this president, even when those actions negatively impact Coloradans. And too many of my Democratic colleagues are finding comfort in opacity offered either by dark money that pays for campaign mailers and mountain retreats, or the opacity of silence, because saying nothing is so much easier than saying the hard truths out loud. I've had the dubious privilege of chairing 3 ethics committees over my 8 years here. And let me tell you, I have seen those consequences firsthand. I confess that in the midst of heartbreak after heartbreak, when this work has felt impossible, I've asked myself, what is the point? Is this even worth it? But the answer is, you do what you can with what you got. We do the work the best we can. We try. Sometimes we win, and sometimes we fail. But in the work itself, we learn lessons. In 8 years, it has been an honor to see over 200 bills be signed into law, even under this governor, including the abolition of the death penalty, the enshrining of the fundamental right to abortion care in our statutes mere weeks before Roe fell, the passage of the Colorado Voting Rights Act just months before its federal counterpart was eviscerated just days ago. Immigrants in Colorado have earned respect and are now running for office themselves and building power themselves. I've worked to center the people who are often forgotten, the poor, the undocumented, the prisoners, the queer folks, people of color, folks who know what it is to struggle, to stumble. Because those are the folks who also know what a true gift it is to find an outstretched hand from another person willing to listen, willing to treat them with dignity and respect. I want to close by thanking the Coloradans who, in the midst of all of this, still find this building beautiful. Every day that I see a quinceañera or a couple shooting their engagement photos, even as those of us are running hurried from meeting to meeting, it is a reminder that this building, this place, is glorious. that what happens here is special. It has been a true privilege to be a tiny part of that for just a few fleeting moments. Thank you all for this tremendous honor to serve alongside you. It has been the joy of my life. Thank you. Oh, for you. Thank you.
Senator Coleman did a tribute for you. Couldn't leave it out.
Oh, does he need to request a moment of personal privilege?
And present you with this crystal.
Oh, wow. Thank you. Oh, jeez.
And this flag.
You got to hold all of it.
I'll help you carry it. I just wanted it on the camera.
Let's give Senadora a round of applause. We'll take a brief recess for everybody to make Senadora feel very uncomfortable. Go give her a hug, show her some love, and then we'll come back and get some more work done. members back in the game. Please add Senator Danielson to the roll. And message from the House.
Mr. President, the House has adopted and transmits herewith House Joint Resolution 1031 as printed in House Journal May 12, 2026. House has adopted and returns herewith Senate Joint Resolution 25.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate take up special orders, second reading of bills, which consist of House Bill 1335, 1281, 1309, 1430, 1289, 1429 at the hour of 11:04 a.m.
The motion the Senate take up those bills on special orders at the hour of 11:04 a.m. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will take up those bills on special orders at the hour of 11:04 a.m. Special orders, second reading of the bills. Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate resolves itself Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills. And Senator Weissman will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. Court rules relaxed. It's too hot out there. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of House Bill 1335.
House Bill 1335 by Representatives Garcia and Nguyen and Senator Wallace concerning access to abortion medication services in Colorado college campuses.
Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1335.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, today I am honored to bring you House Bill 1335. Colorado has strong legal protections for abortion, yet many of us, including college students, still experience practical barriers that undermine those rights. Students living on college campuses are often far away from their previous providers and must rely on campus health centers for a wide range of services, including sexual and reproductive health care. When students can't obtain the care they need on campus, they must travel, sometimes missing class or work and taking on additional costs. These burdens fall hardest on first-generation college students, students of color, undocumented students, and students from families with low incomes. Students deserve equitable access to abortion care just the same as each of the rest of us, and this bill is about ensuring that access. Under this bill, we would provide students timely care by requiring campuses with health centers to provide medication abortion, and for those campuses with health centers that include pharmacies, to stock abortion medication, ensuring timely access. When a college student decides to have an abortion, they deserve care that is affordable, timely, and delivered with support and dignity no matter what. This bill is about access to health care, but it's also about whether the rights our state claims to guarantee are realized in people's everyday lives. A right that exists only on paper, but is out of reach in practice, is not a right at all. For too many students in Colorado, that is the reality today. None of Colorado's students should have to choose between their education, their financial stability, and their autonomy over their own body. These are not abstract concerns, they are fundamental rights, and they demand protections with urgency and intention. HB 1335 is a step toward making our rights tangible, toward ensuring that dignity, access, and care are not privileges but guarantees. I respectfully ask for an aye vote and look forward to the conversation.
Further discussion? Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I rise in opposition to House Bill 1335. This legislation forces institutions of higher education with student health centers to stock and dispense abortion-inducing drugs on campus. It compels pharmacies at public colleges to maintain supplies and turns our universities into distribution points for ending unborn lives. This bill must be opposed on principle, on constitutional grounds, I would argue, and because it's very real cost, both monetary and human, to students, families, taxpayers, and our society. First, looking at principles of life, liberty, and limited government. The government's role is to protect life, liberty, and property, not to engineer social outcomes or subsidize the destruction of the innocent. The Declaration of Independence affirms that we are endowed by our Creator with unalienable rights, beginning with the right to life. Our Colorado Constitution and the U.S. Constitution were designed to secure those rights, not to mandate their violation. And this bill violates this by compelling private and public institutions to participate in a process many find morally abhorrent. While it offers a narrow religious exemption, it still coerces secular colleges, faculty, pharmacists, and health staff who hold sincere pro-life convictions. This is not liberty, this is state coercion. It nationalizes a profound moral decision and places government in the role of promoting and facilitating it on taxpayer-supported campuses. And abortion is sadly in the Colorado Constitution, but that surely doesn't mean taxpayers are expected to pay for it. If that's the case, and we applied that to all of our rights, I'd say the Second Amendment, taxpayers aren't required to pay for my weapons. Sounds absurd, but that's what we're talking about. And some of the arguments that I just heard, as far as students having to, if they didn't have this available at their college, they'd have to drive long distances. I mean, we just had recently discussions with our Second Amendment right of how those that want to exercise that right would have to drive either out of state to get a weapon. But back to the bill. So what is the cost? There are obviously human costs, harm to young women and the unborn. Beyond principles, consider the non-monetary cost to those most directly impacted, primarily young women in our college campuses. Abortion medication is not a simple, risk-free solution. Recent analysis includes a 2025 Ethics and Public Policy Center study of insurance claims that indicate roughly 11% of women experience serious adverse events within 45 days. Things like heavy bleeding, infection, sepsis, or incomplete abortion requiring surgical follow-up. That is 1 in 9 young women facing potentially traumatic complications. I mean, last year there was a young woman, Fort Collins, that had passed away after taking an abortion medication. And these are not abstract statistics. Imagine a college student far from home, possibly without strong family support, experiencing severe hemorrhage or infection in a dorm room after taking pills provided by the campus health center. Emotional and psychological burdens often follow regret, grief, depression, or relational strain. And studies consistently show elevated mental health risks after abortion for some women. Colleges already struggle with mental health crisis, and this bill's risk compounding them. And for the unborn child, a distinct human life with unique DNA. From the moment of conception, this bill normalizes ending that life chemically, often without the full counseling or ultrasound that might actually lead a young woman to choose life. And when we talk about my body, my choice, but there's 2 bodies involved, or more, if you're talking twins. There's another body to consider, one with rights. And Colorado already has strong abortion protections, and this bill goes further by embedding it into everyday campus life, lowering barriers and potentially increasing impulsive decisions with lifelong consequences. Parents who send their children to college expecting an education, not easy access to abortion, will bear the emotional cost when things go wrong, as I mentioned, the young woman at Fort Collins. Young women deserve better than being told chemical abortion is just another campus convenience. And looking at monetary costs to students, institutions, and taxpayers, let us examine the dollar and cents and who actually pays. The direct cost of the drugs that abortion medication from an on-campus pharmacy ranges between $580 to $800 per course. If even a modest number of students utilize this, say dozens or hundreds per large campus, the recurring expense adds up quickly. And who funds the student health centers at public universities? Taxpayers? Student fees? This represents a direct transfer from Colorado families to subsidize procedures that many oppose. And what are the complication costs? With complication rates potentially in the 5 to 11% range for serious issues, many cases require emergency room visits, ultrasounds, surgeries, DNC for incomplete abortions, transfusions, or hospitalization. And these costs frequently fall on insurance, often including public programs or university plans subsidized by taxpayers or out of pocket for students. A single severe hemorrhage or sepsis can run thousands to $10,000s of dollars. Multiplied across campuses, this creates hidden taxpayer burden and strains local emergency services. And when we talk about institutional compliance costs, colleges must stock medications with proper storage, security, and liability protocols. They must train staff, update policies, and manage prescriptions or referrals. And this diverts resources from core educational missions, teaching, research, and genuine health services. Private institutions face market pressure or legal risk if they resist, and litigation from conscience violators or botched cases will follow, costing more in legal fees, ultimately borne by students and donors. And there's broader taxpayer and economic ripple effects. Where the public university relies on state appropriations, every dollar spent stocking abortion pills or treating complications is a dollar not spent on job training, infrastructure, or tax relief. In Colorado, taxpayers, including pro-life families, are forced to subsidize an ideological agenda. Long-term, the normalization of abortion on campus may contribute to lower birth rates, exacerbating demographic and workforce challenges that strain future entitlement and education budgets. This bill represents big government overreach. It undermines institutional autonomy, burdens taxpayers, endangers young women, ends unborn lives, and dismisses the deeply held beliefs of millions. It prioritizes ideology over evidence, convenience over caution, and state power over individual and parental rights. I had done some research as far as with the FDA, they had actually lowered the barriers for abortion medication, such that it increases the risk to young women. And if you bear with me, I'm trying to find, as you can see, I've got lots of research here. And so there were safety standards that the FDA removed. In 2000, the FDA approved the drug, I think I'm pronouncing this right, mifepristone, for chemical abortions. And this was used in tandem with, I can't even pronounce this, misoprostol, to complete a chemical abortion. When originally implemented, there were special measures that were required that the drugs could be safely used. Some of the most significant are, one, the drug may only be prescribed up to 7 weeks gestation, and that doesn't happen now. 2, a licensed doctor who can diagnose ectopic pregnancies and accurately determine gestational age must be the one to prescribe the drug. And that's not happening. 3, the doctor must see a woman at 3 in-person office visits before, during, and after the chemical abortion to ensure she does not have any life-threatening conditions and serious complications. And 4, the prescribing doctor must report all serious complications women suffer from the drugs. And what I'm saying is these barriers were reduced that are not occurring. Where we see situations happening to young women that aren't being reported and highlighting that this isn't as safe as the reports say. There's more into the details that we're not seeing. And I would say it violates the do no harm. And yet here we are, bringing it in to the colleges and making this easily accessible. And so I'm very concerned for young women, and the health for them, and of course, the health for the unborn. And so I oppose this bill, and I encourage us to champion true health care on campuses, focus on wellness, not ending life. And this bill breaches those bounds. And so I would ask that we reclaim them. Let us choose life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for the born and the unborn. And so I urge a no vote on HB 1335. Thank you.
Further discussion, Senator Rich.
Oops. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, while this bill allows institutions with sincerely held beliefs to opt out of specific requirements, the word sincerely was replaced it was bona fide first in a House amendment. The word choice of sincerely does not protect religious beliefs just because they are strongly held. Rather, religion typically concerns ultimate ideas about life, purpose, and death. Social, political, or economic philosophies, as well as mere personal preferences, are not religious beliefs, protected by Title VII of the Colorado Rights Act. The Colorado Pregnancy Care Alliance argues the religious exemption in the bill is limited and could leave it up to the state for interpretation. In many cases, exemptions require institutions to formally assert and defend their religious justification, which can expose them to legal challenges and regulatory scrutiny. Additionally, not all aspects of institutional life may be clearly covered by the exemption, creating uncertainty about whose religious freedom ends and statutory obligations begin. And with that, I have an amendment.
There is an amendment coming to the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read L22.
Amendment L22, amend Ring-Gross Bill, page 3.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L022
To the
to
amendment.
House Bill 1335.
Thank you. To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment removes private institutions of higher education from the definition of an institution in the bill. It is not the place of the state to force private institutions to provide abortion medication to students. Private institutions are private for a reason, and they should retain the autonomy to set policies that reflect their mission, values, and governance, structured without being subject to broad state mandates that may not align with their institutional identity. This bill's religious exemption is not strong enough to fully protect institutions with sincerely held religious missions, leaving them vulnerable to potential legal conflict and administrative pressure. Colorado has historically been involved in litigation that reached the U.S. Supreme Court involving questions of religious freedom. Court cases like 303 Creative, the Elena's Masterpiece Cake Shop, the Colorado Rights Commission, and an upcoming case in October, St. Mary's Parish versus Roy. The state's position has not prevailed, underscoring the importance of crafting legislation that avoids unnecessary constitutional conflict. Stronger protections for religious institutions help ensure compliance with the First Amendment and reduce the risk of costly, prolonged legal disputes that could have been avoided with clear exemptions. Time and time again, it seems like we are in this chamber and we leave out our private institutions, or we don't leave them out. We try to tell them what to do, or we thumb our nose at their religious beliefs. I would urge an aye vote on Amendment L022.
Further discussion on L22, Senator Walt. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of L22, and it was actually interesting. I'm on a bill, the funding model for higher education, and we ran the bill in finance last week and offered an amendment to align funding for these kind of institutions with what was in the long bill, and I think this follows suit that there shouldn't be a mandate on these institutions to participate in this program, given that we just added language to the financial funding for higher ed that, notwithstanding in provisions of this Title 23 to the contrary, for the 26-27 state fiscal year, the Commission shall not allocate money to a non-public institution of higher education, private institution of higher education, as defined in Section 2318-102. So for denying funding to these institutions, it seems we shouldn't be demanding they offer these kind of services it seems like a contradiction of priorities. So I ask for an aye vote on L22.
Further discussion on L22. Who would like to go next? Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We worked with higher ed institutions, including private institutions, and took all their amendments on this legislation. We have not heard concerns from private universities about this bill. Furthermore, the Sincerely change was made at the request of Catholic institutions and was done in conjunction with them and does line up with the Supreme Court standards around this. So we ask for a no vote.
Further discussion on L22. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of L22 to House Bill 1335. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Noes have it. 22 is lost. Back to the bill. Senator Pelton, we're to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think everyone in this building knows I'm a Christian, and to me, abortion is one of the worst things we do as a society. That life is independent, it's precious, and it's helpless. These women that are going to college and become pregnant are dealing with a lot of things in their life. And I think there's a lot of things that can be done besides just aborting the child. So with that, Mr. Chair, I have an amendment.
There is an amendment coming to the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read L 27 to 1335.
Amendment L 27, amend Ring Gross
Senator
Bill.
Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L 027.
To L 27.
Yeah, what this amendment does is it requires the providers at a student health care center to advise the students seeking the medication of the potential side effects and dangers of this medication. It's not like they can just take an aspirin. It's serious. Nowhere in the bill does it mention the possible side effects and dangers of taking the medicine, especially if it's not taken correctly or in the appropriate context. For some people, taking the medication, side effects can begin within 2 to 24 hours and are effective 93 to 99% of the time. Side effects include cramping, abdominal pain, vaginal bleeding, flu-like symptoms, fatigue, and blood clots. While rare, the major complications of these medications are incomplete abortion and infection, hemorrhaging, and undetected ectopic pregnancy. Why don't we treat abortion medication the same way we would treat potentially dangerous drugs like opioids? The General Assembly should ensure women have complete knowledge of the potential dangers and provide them with all the necessary information to make a truly informed decision. This kind of a decision, they need a lot of support. And I think some of them would maybe reconsider if they knew all the complications that might arise when they take this medication. So that's why I feel that this amendment is very appropriate to this bill. So I'd urge support for 027.
Further discussion on L 27. Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The healthcare professionals at our higher education institutions are, of course, healthcare professionals. They are fully aware of how to disclose the risks around this medication, how to do follow-up care, and everything else associated. They are doctors or other specialists in healthcare who provide healthcare the same as everyone else and have those same responsibilities, duties, and knowledge. We ask for a no vote.
Further discussion on L 27. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of L 27 to 1335. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, say no. Noes have it. L 27 fails. To the bill, Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, members, after reading through the bill, I always see here that talks about students, all students enrolled at the institution, all students, and so forth. But really, the last time I checked, the only students that need this are the female students or the pregnant students. So it's not really the male students, though there are certain other implications. So with that, I have an amendment in mind.
There may be an amendment coming to the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read L 23 to 1335.
Amendment L 23.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L 023 to House Bill 1335.
To the amendment.
Very good. Members, what this amendment does is it strikes to all students from the provision that requires an institution that operates a student health care center to provide access to abortion medication. This ensures that only pregnant women can have access to the medication. If this bill is truly aimed at promoting gender equality, well, why would anyone, including men who cannot get pregnant, to have access to this medication? Without the amendment, without the amendment, boyfriends and men may exploit young women and pressure them into having abortions. Young women experiencing difficult pregnancies can be especially vulnerable to outside influence from partners, peers, or others. This amendment reinforces the importance of protecting women from pressure or manipulation in a deeply personal medical decision. This amendment reflects concern that broad or vague statutory language may be unintentionally weaken protections for women who may already feel isolated, financially stressed, or pressured by others. So I think this is a good amendment. It's reasonable. It's directed only at the pregnant women and brings some sensibility back to this very sensitive subject. I urge an aye vote on Amendment L023.
Further discussion on L23, Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While I do appreciate the gender-inclusive language in this amendment, I do ask for a no vote.
Further discussion on L23. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of L23 to 1335. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Noes have it, 23 fails. To the bill, Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hang on a minute here. I had a little trouble getting myself squared away, Mr. Chair. All right, I'm ready. Members, I'm here to talk about a condition in this abortion situation that this is not a political thing. This is about trying to think about health and safety of the young ladies that are involved. I've got an amendment I'd like to present.
There's an amendment coming to the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read L26 to 1335.
Amendment L26.
Senator Catlin.
I move Amendment L26 to House Bill 1335.
To the amendment.
Thank you. This amendment requires a provider to obtain a positive pregnancy test or ultrasound confirmation in cases of suspected ectopic pregnancies before prescribing or dispensing the medication to complete an abortion. What it's trying to do is to require the test or an ultrasound in cases of suspected ectopic pregnancy, helps prevent serious medical complications and supports reasonable standards of care. Actually, abortion medication is not effective in the case of an ectopic pregnancy because it only acts on a pregnancy located inside the uterus, since ectopic pregnancies can still produce a positive pregnancy test. This risk could be specifically acknowledged in the bill to help ensure proper diagnosis and patient safety. Ectopic pregnancies are dangerous medical conditions that require immediate and specialized treatment. Standard abortion medication is not an appropriate treatment for this type of pregnancy. This amendment helps protect women by ensuring they receive proper medical evaluation and screenings before abortion medication is prescribed, especially in cases where an ectopic pregnancy could pose a serious risk to their health and safety. What I'm trying to do and to say is that the health and safety of these young ladies is of critical importance to me and to the folks that are worried about them. I think this amendment would give some of these situations a better opportunity for better outcomes for the young lady that's there needing to take the medication. I'd ask for a yes vote on L26.
Further discussion on L26. Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of L026. As I mentioned in my previous statement, that from recent analysis in a 2025 Ethics and Public Policy Center study, that roughly 11% of women experience serious adverse events within 45 days. And this would mitigate those risks. So I urge a yes vote on Amendment L026. Thank you.
Further discussion, Senator Wallace.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Healthcare providers, again, know both when to make referrals, certainly when to conduct pregnancy tests, when assigning medication around a pregnancy, and if an ultrasound is needed. With that, we don't want to overprescribe or create invasive medical procedures within this statute, so we will ask for a no vote.
Further discussion, Senator Zamora Wilson.
As I mentioned last year, there was a death. So yes, these adverse events do happen. This would mitigate it. I urge a yes vote on L026.
Further discussion on L26. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of L26 to 1335. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Noes have it. 26 is lost to the bill. Further discussion. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of... All right, we got to be in the well. Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just rise in support of House Bill 1335. I want to be direct. Colleagues have invoked the tragic death of Lexi Arguella in this debate, and that loss was real, and it happened in my district, but she died during a 22-week surgical procedure. This bill does not cover any of that. This is just medication abortion, 2 FDA-approved pills dispensed through a licensed campus health center to patients who are no more than 10 weeks along. So these are different procedures, and I just wanted to be really clear on that. So what this bill actually does is a student at CSU or Front Range can walk into the campus health center, the same place she goes for a strep test or mental health referral, and access an FDA-approved medication used safely by over 5 million patients in this country. Right now, a student in Loveland without a car, working 2 jobs, trying to make it to class, her window can close before she can get to Denver. And this bill closes the gap. So here's the policy case that doesn't get made enough. Lumina and Gallup surveyed 14,000 students post-Dobbs. 80% said they prefer to attend college in a state with greater reproductive access. Students are choosing Colorado on purpose, and this bill is how we make good on that. I urge an aye vote. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Further discussion on 1335. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of House Bill 1335. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. No. Ayes have it. 1335 is adopted. Senatorial 5. All right, we're back. Majority Leader Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1281 until Thursday, May 14th.
The motion is to lay over 1281 until Thursday, May 14th. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Ayes have it. 1281 will lay over until Thursday, the 14th of May. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to House Bill 1309.
House Bill 1309 by Representatives Froelich and Story and Senator Wallace concerning measures related to forms of abuse in cases regarding a separation of a relationship.
Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1309 and the State Veteran Military Affairs Committee reports.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the committee, we adopted some amendments to make clear that we're not talking just about individual therapy, but rather therapeutic treatment overall. And so ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
Further discussion on the State Affairs Committee report. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of the committee report to 1309. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, 1309 gives our courts key avenues to intervene in domestic violence, prevent abusers from taking advantage of the court system to further abuse, and base outcomes in family court on evidence-based interventions. Colorado has already passed important legislation to protect children and victims of domestic violence in family court, including Caden's Law and related reforms. But these statutes are fragmented, inconsistently applied, and structurally disconnected. The result is that well-intentioned protections often fail at the point of judicial decision-making. Courts must navigate multiple disjointed statutory provisions at different stages of a case, creating gaps that lead to inconsistent outcomes for children. The consequences are measurable. In 2025, the Domestic Violence Fatality Review Board reported a record number of domestic violence fatalities. Over 62% of Colorado's child domestic violence fatality victims were killed during child custody litigation. Of the 8 victims in 2024, 5 children were involved in their parents' custody disputes. Studies suggest that one parent using repeated court actions against the other parent is a pervasive, multifaceted, and effective tactic to further coercive control. We also know that the period of initial separation and following court proceedings are an exceptionally dangerous time for those being subjected to domestic violence. Given these stark realities, it is clear that Colorado courts need clearer guidance and standards to address domestic violence. This legislation accomplishes that goal by reorganizing existing statutory obligations into a logical, sequential framework that courts can follow consistently. There has been some incorrect information shared, so I want to underscore. This bill does not create entirely new legal duties, but rather consolidates and clarifies the duties already enacted by the General Assembly into a structure judges can reliably apply. I had it put to me by one advocate that family court judges get sworn in at 8:30 and assigned a family court docket at 8:45. They are thrown in immediately into these complex proceedings, and we can help them make it better. If members are concerned about what legal duties exist for family court, they should bring a bill to that end next session. This bill is not addressing that. By concentrating on judicial clarity and structural coherence, HB 1309 builds a durable foundation that courts will actually use consistently while offering a training framework for new inexperienced magistrates. These practical improvements in how judges apply the law produce safer outcomes in every case, not just those that proceed to appeal. I thank you for your consideration, and we ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion? Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this came through in committee. I have some concerns. I mean, we're all want to protect citizens from domestic violence and abuse, absolutely. But this bill, as I mentioned, I have concerns with the verbiage in it. There was testimony in this hearing, and especially from those that represent the Catholic bishops of Colorado, and they had concerns as far as stripping parental rights. So, I mean, we've already had the Supreme Court rule out that, along similar lines, that this verbiage, when it comes to stripping parental rights, removal of children from parents, is unconstitutional. And there's vague and expansive definitions of coercive control and health-related abuse create serious concern for due process as parents face the loss of custody rights based on standards that are not sufficiently clear and precise. And again, embedding contested policy and positions on reproductive and gender-affirming care in the definition of abuse raises equal protection and free exercise concerns. In the bill, there's also verbiage of monitoring, surveilling, regulating, or controlling a child's, let's say, electronic devices. I have great concern over that. As a parent, I'm supposed to be protecting my child. And when I was raising my daughter, you can bet that I was looking at her phone, looking at her iPad, protecting her. That's my right. It's what a good parent would do. And this verbiage in this bill would put me in the crosshairs. I could lose my child. Really? This is an overstepping. This is a violation of parental rights. Again, all for protecting our citizens from domestic violence and abuse. But this bill is not the answer. It greatly oversteps parental rights, constitutional rights, and that's already been proven by a recent case with the Supreme Court. So I urge a no vote on House Bill 1309.
Further discussion on House Bill 1309. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of House Bill 1309. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. No. Ayes have it, 1309 is adopted. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to House Bill 1430.
House Bill 1430 by Representatives Basnicker and Sirota and Senators Lindstedt and Amabile concerning adjustments to transportation funding.
Thank you. Senator?
You do it.
What? Thank you.
Senator Lindstedt.
No, cool, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1430.
To the bill.
Oh, and the Finance Committee report.
Sorry. Finance report is moved. To the committee report.
You want to talk about finance?
Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Finance Committee, we added one amendment to set up a working group, and this working group will be structured a little bit like the AI working group and the RTD working group, where we bring experts together and interested parties and figure out a path forward for constructing roads and transportation in our state. And I ask for a yes vote.
Thank you. Further discussion on the Finance Committee report. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. No. Ayes have it. Finance Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is not a bill that I want to be here running. I think this bill is the best option, given the circumstances we're under, to protect public services in this state. As a legislator, I think it's incumbent upon us to ensure that communities have access to hospitals and K-12 schools and all the public services, the post board for law enforcement, all the public services that people rely on. And Initiative 175 threatens all of those things. Our budget cuts this year were close to $1 billion. If Initiative 175 passes without 1430, those cuts next year will add another $700 million. So this is an existential threat to so many things that our various communities rely on. And while House Bill 1430 isn't perfect by any means, it is a response to something that needs to be addressed by this body. The amendment we put on the Finance Committee kind of gives the folks that are backing Initiative 175 a choose your own adventure. They could withdraw the amendment, the measure, and come and have a constructive conversation with various stakeholders to try to find a way to adequately fund our roads and our infrastructure, something that I am passionate about doing. Or they could move forward if 1430 passes and have 1430 go into effect if their measure passes as a trigger. So those are the options before them in this bill. I think this bill is a difficult thing to do, but it's the right thing to do to protect Coloradans, and I urge an aye vote.
Further discussion, Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to echo my co-sponsors' remarks and just as a member of the Joint Budget Committee, knowing how incredibly hard it was for us to get to a balanced budget this year. And I know so many of you really pushed back on the cuts that we made. And you all ran and signed on to a whole bunch of amendments because you did not like the things that we cut. And you got a lot of outreach saying, please don't cut my thing, please don't cut care for my disabled child, please don't cut K through 12. And I know you all felt that keenly. And if this bill doesn't pass and that ballot measure does, this year will pale in comparison to the world of hurt that we will be in next year. And I urge you to all support this bill.
I perceive further discussion. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's telling that the sponsors are running a bill to pretty much null and void a ballot initiative, a constitutional amendment to the Colorado Constitution because of the nature of our infrastructure and the way it exists right now. It is terrible. This chamber saw that I had to bring a resolution here because I had one county in the 7 counties that I represent, one county, 70% of their highways were in low drivable conditions. So when you look at the map, and you look at all the highways, you'll see yellow, green, and red. Red means low drivable conditions. 70% of the highways in Morgan County are poor or low drivable conditions. So we're bringing this bill to prevent the citizens from getting a constitutional amendment to actually make it a priority to fund infrastructure. 26 years ago, Amendment 23 passed. What did Amendment 23 do? Oh, it's a constitutional amendment that funded education. Because the people of Colorado said, we want our education system funded. And now they wanted that as a priority. Now the citizens of Colorado, because this body has not done a good enough job to fund transportation, to make it a priority, that this body says, we appreciate what you're doing, citizens, to the Constitution, but we don't like it, so we're going to make it null and void. So I got this great email today from this Common Sense Institute, and it talks about Transportation Funding Initiatives 175 and House Bill 261430. So the overview is the condition of Colorado's roads and bridges has long been central to debates over state transportation spending, and recent declines in infrastructure quality have prompted both a ballot initiative and an offset bill in the final days of the Colorado's legislative session. Now, I will say that the ballot initiative has not been in the final days. It's been in the work for a while to make sure that we can do something about our crumbling roads and bridges. Initiative 175, state revenue spending, supporting road transportation, would constitutionally, I want to make sure that we always go back to that. This is not just a ballot initiative, it is a constitutional amendment because our founders made sure that they knew that they weren't perfect, so they gave us an option to make sure that the people can amend the Constitution on their own. Would constitutionally require state revenue collected from specific transportation-related taxes and fees to be spent only on road transportation. Now, is that too much to ask? The stuff that we buy, that we purchase, the taxes and the fees that we pay for our vehicles, for maintenance, for any of that stuff that we do on our vehicles, shouldn't that go back to the roads? That's what they're asking. In practice, it would move existing state revenue toward road and bridge repair and construction, road safety, related planning and engineering, and fund the Colorado State Patrol. In response, Colorado lawmakers have drafted and currently considering House Bill 26-1430. The bill, which would take effect only if the voters approve Initiative 175. I want to read that again. Colorado lawmakers have drafted and are currently considering House Bill 26-1430. The bill, which would take effect only if Colorado voters approve Initiative 175. So I ask you, how often is it that we run legislation to null and void a constitutional amendment that may win at the ballot? There's no guarantees it will. If I was a betting man, I would definitely put my money on it, because I think it will, because that's how poor our infrastructure is right now. 175 would reduce fuel taxes, 1430 would reduce fuel taxes, vehicle fees, and road uses fees for 4 years while creating a support road transportation fund, or SRTF, to receive revenue affected by the initiative. I think it's amazing that in a year of cuts, that when our JBC member on our side kept saying we need to make some substantial cuts, that we're doing it to infrastructure in this bill. Not to other things, but to infrastructure. That's what this bill is going to do, make huge cuts, thereby setting our transportation system even further back. House Bill 26-1430 would dramatically blunt Initiative 175's practical effect. Rather than allowing the measure to direct funds towards road and bridge construction and repair, the bill would reduce the taxes and fees that generate transportation revenue and use the newly directed dollars to replace existing state transportation obligations, leaving little net new money for road construction and repairs during the bill's 4-year window. Again, 4 years, this bill goes into effect, the ballot initiative passes, 4 years, null and void any new transportation money. We've been talking about over and over and over about how we need money and new money to fix our roads and bridges. Our roads and bridges that are crumbling. I was up here for not even a month when I came up here in January. A chunk of the bridge that went over Interstate I-76 fell off at Sedgwick County. But just right before that, I got to hear the governor, we've spent the most money on roads and bridges. Well, great. I don't see that. We must not be that important. So the key findings of this that I'm reading from the Common Sense Institute, the passage of 1426-1430 would dramatically blunt Initiative 175's proposed effects. Aside from $20.5 million in the first fiscal year, enacting 26-1430 would result in $0 new dollars during its effective years in 2027 to 2030. Without the effects of 26-1430, Initiative 75 would direct over $2.4 billion in new road revenue to be spent on road transportations, repairs from fiscal year 27 to 2030. New revenue. Revenue that should be going there that we're taking somewhere else. Revenue that we should be using to fix our infrastructure that we're going to be taking, that we're using for something else. This is money, every year I always have to look and ask my JBC member all the time on my side, how much HUTF money is he taking from counties? How much? That's what I would always say. What is the budget what the governor's office has? How much money are they taking away from the counties? Because that always gets swept away. A chunk of it gets swept away. It's likely that upon House Bill 261430's sunset, the state will revisit the issue and could extend the offsets, reduce other transportation-related revenues, or use newly dedicated dollars to backfill existing general fund obligations. Here's what I got to say about that. Please don't pull the ballot initiative. Please put it up there. Please keep moving forward with that. I think in 4 years, we'd be better off with it in the Constitution than not. What ballot initiative 175 would do on its own? Initiative 175 would add a new section to Article 10 of the Colorado Constitution's effective January 1st, 2027. The measure defines road transportation to include construction, surface repairs, maintenance, and operation of public roads and bridges, primarily for motor vehicles, driver safety improvements, directly related design, engineering, and management costs, and fund the Colorado State Patrol's costs. That's what Initiative 175 would do. The measure defines the effective revenue sources broadly. They include state sales and use, excise taxes, and fees imposed and collected on motor vehicles and motor fuel, plus 2/3 of the state's sales and use taxes collected on motor vehicle parts, not all the taxes, just on motor vehicle parts, equipment, materials, and accessories affixed to a vehicle. So if you go down and buy tires, or let's say wheels, you're gonna go buy wheels, not the tires, let's say the wheels, and I want some really cool wheels on my pickup. Go down there and buy the wheels. The sales tax for that would go directly to fixing the roads, not to whatever else we decide. Dedicated revenue, Legislative Council staff estimates $343 million in fiscal year 26-27, a half-year impact, $690 million for 27-28, and reaching $1 billion in fiscal 2040 in dedicated revenue to fix roads. To fix the roads. You know, a lot of this stuff could have been curbed, especially in rural Colorado, especially when I was on the TPR, the Eastern District TPR, when we were making these decisions, because if they would allow us to get rid of some of our transit money and trade it, we would trade it to Boulder, to Denver, for anywhere. Say, here, take our transit funds, let us have your asphalt funds. Because we have a transit system, but we don't use all the money. So let's trade. Let's do that. Nope, that can't happen because they want you to specifically spend it on transit. So how would 1430 change the outcome? 1430 is designed to counteract Initiative 175. If Initiative 175 passes, the bill will lower revenue from several sources that would otherwise flow through the HUTF funds or be counted as transportation-related revenue under the initiative. The bill reduces certain transportation tax and fee rates from January 1st, 2027 to June 30th, 2030, conditional on the passage of Initiative 175. Again, it's conditional on a constitutional amendment. It's conditional. The people have the choice to change the Constitution, to make it a priority that funding is going to roads and bridges. The gasoline excise tax from 22 cents to 14 cents per gallon. Special fuel excise tax from 20.5 to 13 cents per gallon. The late registration fee between $25 and $100 per month, between $15.50 and $62 per month. Certain registration fee rates, they would cut certain registration rates by 38%, the road safety surcharge by 38%, and the road usage fees from 6 to 4 cents from January 1st, 2027 to June 30th, 2030. So there's a really cool chart on here that shows, like, if Initiative 175 passes with 1430, everything's null and void for 4 years. And then on the other side, if it passes alone, I mean, you get a lot of money, $690 million in 28, 29 gets $714 million, 2030 gets $739 million. I just got to tell you, nothing erodes the trust better with the people is when you take away their choices, take away their democracy. That's what you're doing here. If this ballot initiative passes, and we are so arrogant to think that if this bill passes, that the people will not be disappointed, upset, and darn right mad, we're crazy to think that, because they will be. The people of Colorado want better roads. The people of Colorado are tired. It's tired of driving and fixing their vehicles because of the roads. It's the number one thing I hear in my district. And I've had the distinct pleasure of growing up on both sides of the hill. That's what I say, both sides of the hill. You know, spending time in Basalt for almost 15 years, and then over on the Eastern Plains. And I have never seen the roads in this poor a condition. I've never seen Floyd Hill the way it's conditioned. I've never seen I-70 all the way up to from Georgetown to Frisco. I've never seen this kind of condition of our roads. I mean, Glenwood Canyon's kind of nice now, but it took a lot of work to get there. And if you go on the Eastern Plains, when I took the press out there and we went and looked at all these roads, and I took them to 4 of my counties, and I said, it's not just in one county, let me take you to 4 different counties. And we drove all over in my district. And I said, stand here and watch when the trucks go by. And the violence when those trucks were hitting those chunks of asphalt that were missing was absolutely crazy. And I said, that's what I'm talking about with damage. We had one guy call me up and say, I had to put in a brand new crankcase because in his truck because he had a chunk of asphalt come up and just blow up the oil pan. Driving. Almost ruined his engine. It's very, very concerning that we are thinking about making a constitutional amendment that the people may or may not vote in. It's very concerning that we are thinking about saying, your voice don't matter, people. We think we're better than you. That is so concerning. We should not be taking away the people's right to vote. They're still going to be able to vote on it, but it's not going to mean anything if this bill passes. I ask for a no vote on 1430.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The people of Colorado know that their roads are among the worst quality of any state in the nation. And they also know, as a consequence, those roads are not safe. They're not safe to drive on. They're not properly maintained. And in response to that, and the fact that the People's Legislature has done little to address this issue over the past years, citizens, businesses, Business organizations have come together and said, we want something done about it. So they put together Initiative 175. And what does Initiative 175 do? Very simply, it says all of this revenue that we collect, gas taxes, excise taxes, road fees, so forth, that is supposed to go to maintaining the quality of the roads of the state of Colorado, should in fact go to that. In fact, it would ensure that about $2.5 billion over the next 4 years would go to the upkeep, maintenance, improvement, improved safety of the roads of the state of Colorado. In my opinion, that's the citizens, that is a great thing. The citizens coming together and saying, we're tired of the roads of this state not being properly maintained, and we're going to do something about it. And what is the response of this legislature, or at least some members of this legislature, is to say, well, we don't like your initiative. We don't like what it does. We don't like the ability to vote on it. And in fact, if it passes, we're going to have in place some legislation that completely negates it. And that's what this House Bill 1430 does. And that is why I strongly oppose 1430. I think it's a very disappointing piece of legislation. I'll keep it at that. There's other words you could use, but I'll just say, to me, it's a disappointing piece of legislation. That folks would want to come together and say, well, we don't care that the citizens of this state, the businesses of this state, the economic development organizations of this state have come together and said, it's time to fix the roads, it's time to get the quality up to where they need to be, and it's time to improve the safety of the roads of this state. And the reaction, if this bill passes, is going to be, we don't care. We don't care what you think. We're going to pass a bill that says that initiative will be meaningless. That $2.5 billion that was to be spent to improve the quality of the roads, to improve the safety of the roads, is not going to be there. So I do hope, very much, sincerely hope, that this bill is not passed. It's not passed here. It has passed in the House, but hopefully it will not pass here in the Senate, because I think it will send a very bad message, not only about the lack of concern of the quality of the roads of this state, but it will also send a very bad message about this legislature's view of the ability of the citizens of this state to make their views known on important issues and to vote on them. And essentially what this bill says is, have your vote, have your discussion, but it's not going to mean anything in the end. So I would strongly urge a no vote on House Bill 1430, which is a slap in the face to the people of this state, in my opinion, who want the roads of this state improved. They want the revenue we collect to go to improving the quality and the safety of our roads. They want government to perform one of the critical key functions that it's supposed to perform for its citizens. That's all this Initiative 175 does. It just asks the government to do its job, to keep its commitments. And this piece of legislation is a very disappointing override of that process. So I urge a no vote.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I too rise in opposition to House Bill 1430. You know, I was really glad to see that 175 was being proposed, and I hope it does make it to the ballot. In the 8 years that I have been a legislator, I have heard time and time and story after story about our roads. I will tell you a story about someone, a good friend of mine in Grand Junction. He owned a really beautiful Tesla, and I used past tense. Right outside of Rifle, I think it was around exit 92. He hit a pothole with that car. And you know, Teslas, when they stop driving, they become undrivable, and it just stopped. He had to spend $1,500 to have it trailered to Littleton, Colorado. He had $3,500 worth of damage to that car over that one pothole. He no longer has that car after $5,000 worth of damage. I believe the citizens of Colorado, especially from my district, they have lost their patience with hearing time and time again that, oh yeah, you know, we're gonna send money. I remember debating the Senate Bill 260, the roads are gonna get fixed, and it never happens. I don't blame the people. I don't blame you that are listening for losing your patience and thinking time and time again that these roads are going to get fixed. There was a former legislator before me who served for 4 years. And in that 4 years' time, driving back and forth on Interstate 70 to his home on the Western Slope, he experienced over $10,000 worth of damage to his car. So this has been going on a long time, and I think the people of Colorado have lost their patience and they want something done. This particular bill, 1430, effectively undermines the intent of Initiative 175 before voters even have a chance to weigh in. If 175 passes, this bill preemptively offsets its impact by cutting the very transportation revenues that fund roads, thereby limiting the actual dollars available for infrastructure. This bill is nothing less than an attempt to blunt a policy outcome that lawmakers may disagree with rather than respecting the outcome voters may choose. Many in this building, they express frustration that special interests legislate at the ballot seem to forget a basic constitutional principle. Their authority is delegated by the people, and the initiative process is one of the powers explicitly reserved to those same people. Now, when voters feel ignored, going to the ballot is their only recourse. Complaints about this process ring hollow to some who advance policies that benefit narrow groups, sometimes impacting only a handful of stakeholders. I urge a no vote on House Bill 1430 because it undermines the very intent of the voters. Let's respect the voters. Thank you.
Senator Liston. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, we're having a great discussion about this important piece of legislation and as well as Initiative 175. I stand in opposition to 1430. There's been a lot of great arguments that have been made. And you know, it just seems to me, and I'll reiterate it again, when I talk to my constituents down in Colorado Springs, El Paso County, or for that matter, people around the state, time and time again, I think we all hear it on both sides of the aisle, is that we need to fix our roads and bridges. Colorado has continued to slip. We used to be considered I want to say the 32nd worst state, and now we're down to like the 40th or 42nd. If we don't do something about our roads and bridges here this year, pretty soon, in the next 2, 3, 4 years, we're going to be number 50, which I don't think anybody wants. And I think that the sponsors of Initiative 175 had finally heard it loud and clear, not finally, but the citizens, all of us, we all have stories. The good senator from Mesa County has recounted a couple of stories. We all have had personal stories or stories from our constituents that, that they tell us time and time again, we need to fix our roads. And that's what Initiative 175 does. And then, unfortunately, at the bottom of the ninth inning, when it looks very clear that the signatures can and will be obtained to put the Initiative 175 out of the blue, suddenly 1430 comes to, I'll say, maybe this is not the intended consequence. I won't cast aspersions on why they do it, but, well, if 175 passes, then we're going to make the citizens feel all the pain. And we're going to eviscerate and take money away, that several $100 million away from roads and bridges, and put it into the social spending. So if you pass this Initiative 175, everybody who votes for this will feel the pain. We'll make sure of that. At the very time when we need to be putting more money into roads and bridges, we're going to do an end run around and take it away, which is not right. It's not fair. It's like holding a gun to your head and saying, if you pass this, you will feel the pain. It's not the right way to do it. We need to prioritize our spending. That's what we're here for. That's what the Joint Budget Committee has had to do to make tough decisions. That's what we've had to do on the various amendments to the budget. We've all tried to make little changes here and there, but that's what the Joint Budget Committee does, is to prioritize. Finally, the citizens have said, look, we've had enough. You're not allocating enough money. The money that we spend on HUTF is supposed to be for years and years. That's why the HUTF fund was created, is that those expenses for gasoline and automobile parts and everything that's related to highway transportation, that's where that money's supposed to have been going over the years, but it's been consistently diverted time and time again. And so now we're here with some of the worst roads in the nation. It's embarrassing. It hurts our economy. It hurts our tourism. It hurts our reputation. And most importantly, it is hurting the citizens of Colorado, the majority who spend their excise taxes and their taxes willingly to have our roads fixed. And yet the legislature just continues to ignore them. So finally, the citizens are saying enough's enough. I do have one question from to one of the bill sponsors, if I may, is that it's been brought to my attention that the fuel distributors are not included in the working group, and they spend $500 million, the fuel distributors. Would one of the sponsors like to answer that question? Why are the fuel distributors left out of the working group?
Senator Mobley.
The honest answer is I'm not sure, but we are still working on the working group and other parts of the bill, and if that's an important stakeholder, we'll certainly consider that.
Senator Liston.
Very good. Well, thank you for that. To the fuel distributors, whomever, I can't name all their names, but maybe that's good to know. Maybe they should be. The last time I checked, $500 million, that ought to bring them a seat at the table. They've earned it. So I would hope for the benefit for this working group and whatever the groups are going to be on it, certainly the fuel distributors, for the huge amounts of money, the $500+ million that they spend, I would say that they've definitely earned it and that they should be, as well as the other groups. There ought to be citizens at the table from all parts of the state, not just the Denver Boulder metro area, but from the eastern plains, the western slope, all over, they should have a voice, and that's really what Initiative 175 is about, is to bring a voice of the people, a voice of reason that is finally moving highway transportation funding up, not just a notch, but at the top. And yes, there may be, that will cause the legislature, all of us, to reprioritize our spending. So I won't beat this to death, Mr. Chairman and members. You know how I feel. I think you know how the citizens feel, because they're your constituents. They come to me and they come to you time and time again. Not just them, but the publications, the newspapers. It's well documented that the citizens of Colorado are demanding action. And if we don't give it to them, they are going to vote overwhelmingly for Initiative 175. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members. Please vote no on 1430. I know you will.
Senator Peltnar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I represent the largest district in the state. The good senator from Avon, Frisco, is right behind me. We have a lot of lane miles out there. We're getting ready to start the campaign season. 4 years ago, I drove 24,000 miles in my district just campaigning. That's a lot of extra maintenance I have to do on my vehicles because of our road condition. My wife has bent a wheel on her car because of potholes on 385. I think what would maybe really bring this to light and get people to pay attention is if the trucking companies that supply this state with its goods would just shut down for a week. Because it's costing them thousands of dollars to keep their trucks maintained with the shape of our roads. You drive I-70 that I drive twice a week during session. I'm all the time constantly dodging potholes. The bridges have big chunks out of them. A lot of them are narrowed down to one lane so they can do work on the other lane. I was on a bill that started in the House this year, never made it over here, but we were going to take some monies that are gathered from oversized, overweight permits that directly impact mainly the Eastern Plains highways and put that money to those highway systems that are directly impacted. Right now it comes into the general fund and those highways just continue to deteriorate. With all this renewable energy expansion out there, these loads are heavy and they are literally destroying our highways. We don't get reimbursed for that. When I was a county commissioner, served on the Eastern Transportation Planning Region, I told CDOT at that time, if 385 doesn't get some major money, let's convert it back to gravel. I had truckers running up and down, hauling grain, running up and down my county roads because it was a lot smoother than running up and down the highway. Highway 385 has gotten a little money in places, but it's patchwork. Our highways need a major overhaul, and we're not getting it. All this COVID dollars that came in, one-time money, there were programs, there were employees hired and put in place that we were told, oh yeah, they'll go away when the money goes away. Well, no, they haven't. And now we're having to try to find the money to keep them employed. Then we get to the point of respect. My voters deal with these roads constantly. They see a way to move forward to maybe get some relief and get some work done to our highways. And this legislature is going to undo that. That's not right. This is a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. If we're going to overlord over them with this kind of a bill, there ought to be major uprising. But with that, I oppose 1430. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We heard this bill in transportation only yesterday, last night. Oh, finance. I'm not in transportation, I'm in finance. I'm here in the House, Senate chamber. Sorry. So we heard this bill last night in Senate Finance, and there was some testimony, and I'm gonna really want to talk about that because it's important. But the first thing I really want to talk about, and several of my colleagues have had this conversation, so I don't want to be too duplicative, but I think it's really important, and one of the reasons I'm standing here and I'm going to be pretty passionate about this topic is I believe that transportation infrastructure is a matter of statewide concern right now. It is a matter of statewide concern. It is, and has been, a matter of statewide concern. You can talk about the wear and tear on vehicles. That's real. Numbers that I see is that motorists pay an average of $1,700 annually in extra vehicle operating costs here in the state of Colorado. 71% of our highways have less than 10 years of life remaining. So if we don't start investing now, what are we going to have then? I can speak somewhat knowledgeably about this because at one point in my life, I was a civil engineering student and we designed roads. And I took a number of classes in redesigning roads, and it's complicated to design roads. There's a lot of work that goes into it. You have to have just the right materials, and they have to be layered just right, depending on the type of road. And if that underlayment starts to break down, you have to kind of start all over, and that is expensive. It's incredibly expensive. Colorado, and we've heard this in the last several minutes with my good colleagues, talking about how Colorado ranks amongst the worst in the whole United States for road conditions, with over 3,600 miles of highway in poor condition. We're not talking about average. We're not talking about okay, poor condition. Over 800 miles of highway in Colorado are considered beyond repair. That's what I just was kind of referring to. If they're beyond repair, you have to start over. We have not paid attention to our transportation infrastructure in the state of Colorado. And I'm talking about our roads and our bridges. And I'm talking about widening our roads, because we have had a lot of people move into this state and they drive. And we haven't widened a highway in the Denver metro area in quite some time. In fact, in the Denver metro area, we see a lot of reducing the size of streets so that we can accommodate bicycles and scooters and the like, that's fine. That's a local governance thing, and if that's what the citizens of that area want, by golly, that's what they should have. But this transportation infrastructure that we have, the roads, the bridges, in the state of Colorado, they are overutilized and underfunded. They're underfunded. And there was a bill passed a few years ago. I remember, it was before my time in this building, but I remember hearing it referred to as the transportation bill. That's not a transportation bill. But the citizens of this state had a real expectation that that bill was going to solve some of the problems with our transportation infrastructure. They had the expectation that those dollars, the increase in taxes and fees that they were going to see, were going to be spent on things that they said were important to them, like their roads. And that really hasn't happened. We've collected additional fees for HUTF from deliveries. You know, that 20, I think it's 29 cents you have to pay every time something's delivered, goes towards HUTF, highway user tax, what is it? Highway user, I'm phoning a phone. The HUTF, Highway User Tax Fund, yes. It goes into that. And those HUTF funds get distributed. Some stays with the state, some go to cities, some goes to counties for the purpose of assisting with transportation infrastructure. And that's really important. They rely on those dollars a lot, to the point where there was a bill when I was in the House a couple of years ago where we were talking about using HUTF funds as a bit of a club, if you will, with our municipalities, that if they didn't conform to state requirements for, I believe it was transit-oriented communities, that the state would withhold those funds. And boy, did you see the municipalities and the counties losing their minds over that, because those dollars are important. They're critically important to those communities. We have a transportation system that's underutilized, but yet it continues to be prioritized over roads and bridges and making our roads able to accommodate the traffic that they see. That's a whole different topic. But one of the things that I want to talk about is the testimony that we heard yesterday, because it was fascinating. It was fascinating. The people who first came and sat down were from school districts and hospitals. And they talked about how super concerned that they were that if Initiative 175 passes, that they are not going to have any money to treat sick people, and that rural hospitals will close, and that kids won't get educated. And it's drawing, I still don't understand how they're getting there, because hospitals don't get funds from HUTF. School funding doesn't come from HUTF. All 175 is saying is that, hey, Colorado, use the money collected from transportation-related taxes and fees, because there's a lot of them, and spend it on road transportation. That's what 175 says. It's pretty simple. So I fail to understand how that funds that are supposed to be spent on transportation infrastructure are presumed to be funneled to school funding and hospitals. Not getting that. Perhaps the bill sponsors can educate me because I'm apparently not smart enough to make that connection. This is the other thing. So we had those folks come and talk and share their concerns. And you know what? I totally get it. I understand why the hospitals are concerned. Because we keep, year after year, reducing their Medicaid provider rates. Every year. We balance the budget on the backs of hospitals. And the rural hospitals are hurting. And I think that that's a different issue that we need to talk about, and we need to figure that out because it's a huge problem. But they are not receiving funds from HUTF that I'm aware of. So we've had this conversation before about the state of our roads, several times in fact, and one time I kind of quipped that the state of Colorado roads are so bad that if you close your eyes when you're crossing the state line from Kansas into Colorado, you know exactly when you cross the state line because the roads go from really quite good to abysmal and you're hitting potholes. And these are on interstate highways. And I don't drive with my eyes closed, to be clear, but I think you get the idea. And the reason why that's important is I had the opportunity, and I saw several of you there last fall for the Site Selector Conference, because they trotted out some legislators to, show how very, very interested the legislature is in economic development. I'm very interested in economic development, and I was really happy to participate in that. And I got to sit there and listen to several of the presentations made by cities and counties to these site selectors. And it's incredible, the questions that they ask, they're very detailed, because this is a competitive business. Business is competitive. So attracting new businesses to the state of Colorado, you have to pull out all the stops. You have to show that you have shovel-ready dirt, that you have energy capacity. You have to show that you have a workforce that is trained and ready to go. You have to show that you can turn a permit, a building permit, within 60 days. That's the gold standard, by the way. And you know what else you have to have? You have to have solid transportation infrastructure. You have to be able to move people and goods and services. And that requires good roads, if not great roads. It's really important. It's part of the calculation that these site selectors look at. So when we're talking about increasing funding to our infrastructure that is failing, I think that this is a valid concern, it's a valid use of money. And yeah, the voters have heard it from us before, and they finally said, you know what? We're done. We're done with the legislature saying that they're going to fix our roads, improve our infrastructure, and we're going to put it on the ballot. Because candidly, they've had some success there. Here's the thing. And I have a fundamental difference of opinion, a philosophical difference from the bill sponsors and several others in this chamber on this, because I believe that it's incumbent on us as representatives of the citizens of Colorado to implement the will of the voters. I believe that. I believe that in my heart. I believe it to the point where I get in this well, I put my name on bills for things that I never voted for. I didn't vote for Prop 123. I was opposed to it. But I have put my name on, I believe, 3 Prop 123 bills in 4 years. Because that's the will of the people. That's what they wanted. They spoke at the ballot box, and I respect them. I respect that this is what they wanted, even if it's different from what I want. We don't know best in this chamber. The people who are out there hauling freight, hauling ag crops out on the eastern plains, whose trucks are being ripped apart by the state of the roads, they know better than we do. My citizens in Castle Rock who drive on the southern part of Santa Fe, Highway 86, State Highway 86, that portions of which are still 2-lane road, they know better. We must respect the people who sent us here. We must. I have this dandy study just released by the Common Sense Institute talking about Initiative 175 and House Bill 26430. And I would really like to go through it with you in some detail, but I suspect that you've already heard a lot of this. So I'm just going to give my opinion, big overview opinion. Because what House Bill 1430 does is it says, you pass 175, and by golly, we'll show you, Colorado citizens who want your roads improved, we'll show you, we'll reduce funding for roads. How about that? It is our responsibility to listen to the people who sent us here. It is our responsibility to implement. I ask for a no vote on this bill.
Senator Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have an amendment.
Thank you. I didn't hear you at all.
Oh, sorry. There we go.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read L13 to 1430?
Amendment L13.
Senator Lindstedt.
Thank you. I move L13.
To the amendment.
This is a pretty simple amendment. It swaps 2 of the appointments in the working group at the request of stakeholder feedback between the President and the Speaker of the House. I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion to L13. Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L13 to 1430. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L13 to 1430 is adopted. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
House Bill 1430. This is a bill that should trouble every Coloradoan, regardless of party. It should be troubling to all of us in this room. Because Initiative 175 is about fixing the roads. You've heard it. We all know what it does. 1430 is not. It's actually about losing democracy. You know, it's easy to give democracy lip service when it delivers the outcomes we want. It's when we don't get what we want that our commitment to democracy is tested. And at this moment in history, when core democratic principles seem to be continuously under attack, when too many people around the world have become cynical and disengaged, now is precisely the time to ask ourselves tough questions about how we can build our democracies and make them work in a meaningful and practical ways for ordinary people. Those are not my words. Those are the words of President Obama. Amen. Exactly. Amen. It's easy to give democracy lip service when it delivers the outcomes we want. But when it doesn't, like Initiative 175, that's when we're tested. That is when we are tested about, do we truly believe in our oath to uphold the Constitution? Democracy is a form of government in which political power is vested in the people. It's vested in the people. Its legislators are elected through a competitive election, and there are guarantees of civil liberties and human rights. Civil liberties, fundamental rights, freedoms that the government pledges not to restrict, either through the Constitution or through legislation or even judicial interpretation. We guarantee, we pledge not to restrict, with the exception of 1430. Coloradans have reserved the right to govern directly through initiatives and referendums. They have the right to make their voices heard in accordance with the Constitution. And in that Constitution is the First Amendment. The First Amendment is the cornerstone of a government of, by, and for the people. And one of the 5 freedoms it guarantees is the right of the people to petition the government for change. That is what Initiative 175 is about. Sure, everybody thinks it's just about roads. It's about our constitutional right. It's about the people's right to petition their government for change. The right to petition protects our right to ask the government to fix a wrong or change policy. How absurd is it when we basically say to the people, yeah, we know better than you. We know better than you. The people have the right to tell their elected officials and office holders at any level of government what they want changed, what they want updated, eliminated, or act upon. The people are signing that petition. What is it, 176,000 or something signatures that's required? The people are saying to us, they're the ultimate stakeholders here when they sign that petition. But they're the ones that are saying they want change. They disagree with us. They don't like what we've been doing. They want to put a priority on roads. The people have the right to force a ballot initiative, create a referendum reflecting that public opinion. And it takes a lot of them to do it, to get it onto the ballot in the first place. You know, the title of this bill is Transportation Funding Adjustments. Nice. I've heard people call it the Voter Override Act. And I actually heard a bill sponsor, or I saw a bill sponsor, refer to it as, let me find it here, something about protecting our budget. It's to fix the Budget Act. That's what one of the sponsors, how they refer to this. It's not just about simple transportation funding adjustments. Adjustments to transportation funding. This is an act that says people are saying use the transportation money for transportation. And this bill says no. We're going to purposely lower our transportation money to protect our budget. A budget that's in a difficult position because of the crisis of priorities that we have here. A crisis of priorities that is clearly out of sync with the people. The people, not a special interest group, the people went and got a ballot title, went through the process. I don't know how many of you have ever been to that process, but I have. And it's a long process. And there's a lot you have to go through. And you've got to spend money just to get a ballot title so you can go start collecting signatures. And then there's the rest of the process. You have to go sell your idea, regardless of who it is. You have to go sell your idea to the people to even get it onto the ballot. You have to go get all these signatures. You have to go out and talk to people and tell them what you're trying to do. And ask them if they'll agree to put it on the ballot. You know, when you're getting signatures, you're not asking them to vote for the ballot initiative. You're asking them for the right to vote on it. A right that you have in the Constitution. A right that these people who have to put it on the ballot. A right they have to go get a petition and then go get it signed by a bunch of registered voters in the state of Colorado. The people may vote to fix the roads. That's what the petition is about. That's what the ballot title is about. They're going to tell you how unhappy they are. And then they're going to realize how unhappy they're really going to be when they find out. Because right now, we're the only ones, some of the media, that are paying attention to 1430. People who are trying to put this on the ballot, they're paying attention. Most of the people in the general public are not paying attention. But they're going to see something on their ballot that talks about improving the roads, about fixing the roads. That's what they're going to see on their ballot. That's it. They probably won't even read the whole ballot because it'll be lengthy. They may listen to somebody speak about it. They may hear about it someplace in a circle somewhere that, you know, friends, somebody talking about it. It may be that, yes, they're a business that does road construction, and they'll be trying to tell all their friends about it. But all the people are going to see on the ballot is, here's an initiative that's going to take transportation funding away from transportation funding that they pay in, transportation funding that they pay in taxes, in sales tax, in gas tax, in fees on their motor vehicle registration, which in their minds is going to make perfect sense. They're probably going to be thinking to themselves, what? We pay all those motor vehicle fees, that registration for my car, and it's not being used on the roads? I'm paying a gas tax, and we're not using that on the roads? They're not going to understand. They're just going to see this ballot title that is just, you know what, we're going to fix our roads. They're not going to know that in November, when they pass this ballot initiative, that all the way back in May, that the legislature did a bait and switch on them. They're not going to know that at that point. They're not going to know it when they're voting on it. They won't know until after the vote, and all of a sudden they realize the money's not going to the roads, and the roads haven't improved. And that will be the point where they're like, see, you can't trust those guys. And they'll think it's all of us. They don't know who votes on these things, who vote yeses and who votes no, unless you get to tell them. They don't know. They're going to think, see, there goes that legislature again, really going off the wrong track, down the wrong road, so to speak. Yeah, I want them to fix the road. And they told me, no. We're going to put in some legislation that, it doesn't matter what you voted on. It doesn't matter that you amended our Constitution. We don't care. And they're going to think it's all of us. There's already polling out there that demonstrates people are upset with the legislature. They don't say it's just Democrats, and they don't say it's just Republicans. They say it's the legislature. How do you think they're going to feel when they find out you did a bait and switch on them? Pulled the rug out from underneath them. Told them it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you want it, even though you have the right in a democracy, in a republic. You have the right. We have a constitutional right to petition our government, and it's in the Constitution. It's in Article 2, Section 24, for those of you who aren't aware where it's at. The Colorado Constitution guarantees the right to petition. It also allows people to peacefully assemble, but to petition the government for a redress of grievances. They have a huge grievance. You've heard it. You have heard it. You've driven on it. This morning we learned about one of our colleagues, the good senator from Centennial. I know I'm going to keep saying this story because it's a great story. He's got his hand over his head right now. But I'm going to say this story. He was driving home late at night, hit a huge pothole. It had to have been huge because it blew 2 tires. How many people do you think that's happening to? Think how many people their vehicles are going out of alignment. They're bending rims. They're blowing tires. Crankcases. Think how many people are doing that. Everywhere you go, if you talk to people, transportation, the highways, it's kind of like the thing that just affects them on a daily basis because they're out driving on the road. How many times have you thought yourself when you're sitting in traffic, God, I just would like to be home. But I'm going to sit here. And now we've got these navigational things in our vehicles that tell us how long we're going to sit there for. They tell us, yes, you're going to sit in this traffic right here. It's a red line for the next 23 minutes. Typically, that happens to me when I'm trying to get to appropriations by 8 o'clock in the morning. Then I see this little red line says, there was an accident ahead. You're going to just sit there. And the accident might be because of the road conditions, the unsafe road conditions, the crumbling roads that we have. People have told us for decades that the roads are bad. And then it kind of tempered down there for a little bit. But over the course of the last 7 years, our roads have deteriorated. They're crumbling. And so when people see on the ballot that we're going to fix the roads, they're going to think, okay, great, I'm voting for that. Because then I know right where my money is going. And they're going to vote for that to fix the roads. And then they're going to find out. I call it shell game shenanigans at the budget. Just keep moving the money around. You have a crisis of priorities. You can't determine your priorities. You can't make sure that you fund your priorities. And for God's sakes, we can't let the people tell us what their priority is. They vote on it. They tell us what their priority is. And we're just going to say, we don't care. This bill, it's a shell game. It's about losing our democracy. But it also reveals what the legislature's real concern is. It's themselves. We're all part of that legislature. Reveals what our concern is. It's about ourselves. We couldn't stop our overspending. We couldn't determine our own own priorities, let it get to a crisis point. And we are. It's extremely challenging. But here are the people telling us, you can't decide what your priorities are. We're going to tell you what they are from our perspective. We're going to vote on this. And then we have legislation that says this act takes effect only if the initiative that amends the state constitution to change existing law on transportation funding and to increase the amount of state revenue dedicated to road transportation is approved by the people. That's a huge slap in the face. It's also why people say things like they don't trust their government. It's why people get disenfranchised. It's why people, like the former president of the United States said, it's easy to give democracy lip service when it delivers the outcomes you want. It's when we don't get what we want that our commitment to democracy is tested. And we are, in this state, at this moment, in history, our core democratic principles are under attack. They are under attack. And we risk that people become even more cynical about their government, that people become even more disengaged. That's what we're risking here. That's what this bill is about. We all most of us dealt with a budget stabilization factor, the BS factor. You know, this is the BS factor for transportation. And we all know here in this floor and in this room that BS stands for budget stabilization. Growing up on a dairy farm, it meant something totally different. It's probably more fitting when we talk about a BS factor. Because that's what this is. We're going to go in school funding. We had a constitutional amendment that required we increase funding for the total program in education, K-12 education, by inflation. We figured out how to get around that. Granted, it was after the fact, but we did it for 15 years. We did it for 15 years. And the courts said, yeah, you can do that. You're putting in a negative factor, you figure it all out, and you say, yeah, but we're going to decrease it by this amount. And the court said we could do that. The people didn't understand it. The people didn't care. What they knew is they voted to increase education funding by inflation. And what they knew is we didn't follow the law, that we didn't follow the Constitution for 15 years. Now we're just going to do it prospective. We're going to tell them right up. You vote for it, you pass it, we're not following it. We're going to put in our own BS factor for transportation funding. And you've all heard about the nuts and bolts of how it's going to change. It's not right. That's why people, they get really sick and tired of their government for things like this. That's why you have people saying, yeah, legislature's on the wrong track. So there was a lot of discussion about an amendment that was passed in committee. And the amendment in committee was an attempt to try to facilitate a working group to see if maybe there's a way to come to compromise, to come to a way to say, look, okay, we're hearing from you. We're hearing from the people that you want us to put money towards transportation funding, that you want us to put more money towards maintaining our highways. and our roadways. And so there was supposed to be a transportation funding working group. And we're trying to work out that compromise. How do we put more money to transportation and at the same time do the Budget Protection Act here? And we're supposed to be trying to work on a compromise. And the whole deal is trying to force the people who wish to petition their government to redress grievances that they have, try to force them to drop their ballot initiative. And we can't seem to get this done. We can't seem to sit down with these folks. Because I'm pretty sure these folks probably weren't consulted in the huge drafting of 1430. Maybe they were after the fact, after it was pretty much decided what would be in the bill. But I'm pretty sure they felt like they weren't. And now I have to find my amendment.
Ooh. There's an amendment at Senator Kirkmeyer's desk.
And now?
And now, Mr. Schaffler, will you please read L12 to 1430?
Amendment L12, amend the Finance Committee report.
Senator
dated-
Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L12.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L12 is about how I believe we should be working with the people who are bringing forth the ballot initiative. And I know there are some groups that like to call them special interest groups. We have special interest groups all over the place, and special interest groups that are involved in this bill on both sides. That's the way it goes. We all know how it works. But this morning in appropriations, I heard the comments about, stakeholdering and the benefits of stakeholdering. And I don't disagree, but we all know how stakeholdering happens down here at the legislature. You stakeholder with people, first of all, to help draft your bill and get your ideas in shape. And then you might stakeholder with some different folks that might disagree with you prior to introducing your bill. You may not. Certainly after the bill. I don't know if I would call it stakeholdering, but certainly I think most everyone has discussions with folks who are on the opposing side. But in this case, we're trying to get to a point where maybe minds can sit together and work out a compromise. And in my book, compromise is not a bad word. Compromise is what reasonable adults do, and in our case as legislators, to move our state forward and think about the opportunities that we have. So this amendment changes the dates in the amendment that was put on in committee. I think it was just last night. It feels like it was a month ago, but I think it was just last night. It was last night. Thank you. So last night, an amendment was passed that created a transportation funding working group under the premise of, we'll put this group together, we'll sit down and talk with you over the course of the next few months, all the way somewhere into November, and see if we can't figure something out. But before we're willing to do that, you have to drop your ballot initiative. Now, I'm just telling you, if I'm on the side of 1430 and trying to get to this, I'm thinking, yeah, you should drop your ballot initiative before I talk to you. And of course, the people who have the ballot initiative are thinking, why would I drop my ballot initiative when I have no guarantee that you're actually going to do anything? Or maybe they're thinking, why would I drop my ballot initiative for a group that you say you're going to put together now after you've introduced a bill to try and nullify the ballot initiative I'm putting on the ballot? Why would the people trust us? Because that's essentially what this Transportation Funding Working Group amendment did last night. It's like, you should trust us. And the people on the other side with the ballot initiative are like, oh, but you introduced a bill. And now you're trying to hold our initiative hostage. If we work with you And throughout the process, in the amendment that was put on last night, basically says that members will get appointed by a certain date. You already heard another amendment today about how we're going to change the makeup of the group today again. I didn't even look at what all of the members are, because quite frankly, that's not the biggest issue to me. But it talks about appointing as authority shall make their appointments no later than June 19th. So now we're to the middle of June or later, 2/3 through June. The facilitator shall convene the first meeting June 29th. Great. We're all the way now basically to July 1st, July 4th, in there. The working group should meet at least once every 2 weeks, beginning June 29th. And throughout the week of November 2nd, no later than September 7th, the working group is supposed to submit a preliminary status report to the transportation committees in both the House and the Senate. And somewhere in here, yes, here it is, it talks about how all this stuff, no later than November 13th, the working group shall submit a report to the Transportation Committee again, both committees. The department shall be available to assist the working group. That's nice. I'm assuming that's the Department of Transportation. It's nice that they're going to work with the working group on transportation issues. That's their job, by the way. I think it's amazing we have to put that in law to tell them to do their job, but apparently we do. And then it says that this section is repealed effective July 1st, 2027. And then it also said in the amendment that Section 12 of this act takes effect only if the petition for any ballot issue that would be part of the statewide ballot for the general election held on November 3rd is dropped. That, one, that you can't file with the Secretary of State on or before May 27th, 2026, another ballot initiative. Not that, just so you all know, you couldn't do that anyways and not make this election cycle. So you can't file when you couldn't have filed anyways to try and affect this election cycle. And it also says withdrawn, that you have to, the people who are putting forth this ballot initiative, who have gone to all the time and the trouble to get a ballot initiative going, they're already about 75% of the way through on collecting their signatures. We all know this. That's expensive. They're out talking to people, out getting them excited. We're going to get our roads fixed. We're going to get money towards those roads, and we're going to get them fixed. And they're saying you would have to withdraw on or before June 15th. Or none of this matters. Now let's think about this. The appointing authorities, they make their appointments in June 19th. But you have to withdraw your ballot initiative before you even see who's appointed to the committee that you're supposed to be working with. Hey, trust us. Just trust us. The next thing is, they're not even going to start meeting until June 29th. But you have to withdraw on or before June 15th, your ballot initiative. We're not even going to get to work till the end of June. And you don't even know who's on the committee you're going to work with. And the election is November 3rd. It's November 3rd. And the first preliminary report comes out in September. So you're not even going to see a preliminary report, but you little special interest group people who had the audacity to follow the Constitution, exercise your right to petition, and have a ballot, go through the ballot board, the title board, get your ballot, print your petitions, and start collecting signatures. For this working group to happen, you have to withdraw that by June 15th. But we're not even going to give you a preliminary report until September 7th. So think about it. Do we honestly think that the people who put all the time into exercising their right to petition their government to tell them how ticked off they are, that the roads are crumbling and that they need to be fixed, are going to actually withdraw their ballot before they even know who's on the committee, they even start meeting, or before they have any preliminary report, before they get any guarantees that there's actually going to be transportation money go towards transportation projects, that there's going to be more funding. Money, by the way, that they pay in taxes and fees for transportation-related things, that they're going to have to just like, I don't know, believe, trust us. Why would they do that? Why would they trust us when they see this kind of non-commitment? Look, we'll work on that. We'll maybe get around to it. We'll get a report to the Transportation Commission, who hasn't been doing their job. We'll get a report to the Transportation Senate Committee and the Transportation House Committee no later than November 13th, 10 days after the election. 10 days after the election. The only good news there is it's 7 or 8 weeks prior to when your first bill needs to be introduced or submitted. So while I think it was a great idea to put together a transportation funding work group, we missed the boat. We missed the mark here. We missed the mark with this. We got halfway there. We said, yeah, we should work together. See if we can't come up with a compromise. See if we can't come up with something that can work within our budget and at the same time provide additional funding to transportation and fix our roads. We missed the opportunity. But don't worry. I've got this amendment 12. And what it does is this. It says that instead of June 19th having members appointed, you have to have them appointed by May 29th. Instead of the working group starting on June 29th, we got them going on June 15th. Instead of reports due by November 2nd, we've got resolutions decided by August 3rd. We should have a plan in place by August 3rd, or the first report by August 3rd. Instead of a preliminary report September 7th, it says July 15th. A preliminary report needs to be in place by July 15th, so everybody knows where they're at. So everybody knows, are we getting to a compromise? Are we getting to a good close? And then it says, instead of the final report due on November 13th, 10 days after the election, a few months after you've withdrawn your ballot initiative, it also says, no, the report is due by August 10th. August 10th. Plenty of time for you still to get rid of your ballot initiative if you've truly worked out a compromise. If everyone has truly come to the table in good faith and you've worked out a compromise that says, yeah, we're going to put new money towards transportation, fund our roads, fix our roads, maintain our roads, and at the same time, we're working with you on your budget. But we want you to hear us. The people who pulled the petition want to be heard. And pushing them off till November 13th is not getting us there. So I'm asking today that we take a responsible step forward, that we try to work in harmony, in good faith, with the people who put forward the ballot initiative. We just have to have this fix in place by about the first week in September. That's when ballots start getting printed. That's when the ballot gets set. Somewhere in that first week or so of September. It's when it gets set. And so, if you're the person carrying the ballot initiative, exercising your right to petition, wouldn't you want to have some guarantee that there's actually going to be transportation funding? There have been several times were people who have pulled ballot initiatives, where they've been told, look, just work with us, pull your initiative, we'll take care of that. We won't do that. We'll change things. We'll work with you on it. And then 6 months later, we get into a legislative session, and all of a sudden there are bills that change everything and make it go back and make it worse. The people who run ballot initiatives don't trust us. They don't trust us. They don't trust us to follow through. They just don't trust us. But if we're truly trying to come up with a compromise, we're not necessarily down to our last chance, but it would certainly be a really good faith effort if we pass this amendment, said here are the dates. We put ourselves on a timeline. It says we're going to have a guarantee that we're going to get this fixed, that we're going to come up with a compromise that everyone can live with. And we're going to do that by the middle of August. And it says August 10th, but there's always room to wheel around there. As long as you get it done before the ballot is set in the beginning of September. How sad. How sad. I tried this amendment in appropriations this morning. And I just want to say how sad. How sad that we have to give an ultimatum that says pull your ballot initiative or we're going to screw with your ballot initiative and we're going to screw with the voters of this state. I asked for an aye vote on 11-12, on L12.
Further discussion on L 12 to 1430. Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we did see this amendment in appropriations this morning, and we communicated with the people who are working frantically behind the scenes here to try and come up with a deal. And this was not what they wanted. And so people are still working, and hopefully we will get to a good place. And I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Further discussion. Senator Pelton B. Thank you for being in the well.
I ran down here as fast as I could. Thank you, Madam Chair. I know. I rise in support of this amendment. If we're going to be serious about negotiations and negotiations with the ballot initiative folks, listen, I'm completely against about doing that aspect of it because I think you just run the ballot initiative and get it done, and we will send a message to this state saying that they wanted this as a priority. However, if they want to have negotiations, this is the best way to do it. Negotiate right here with this amendment. Make sure it happens. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no, Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you. I'm renewing my request for a yes vote on L12. Members, 2 years ago, I worked on a property tax compromise. We had two ballot initiatives, 108 and 50. 108, not so bad. 50, not good for the state of Colorado. Not good at all. We didn't have the threat of a bill hanging over our heads that said, if your ballot initiative passes, we're just going to nullify it. Because that's essentially what 1430 does. What we had was a bill that wasn't good for the state of Colorado and one that wasn't so bad. And during our negotiations, I can't tell you how many times I heard from the governor's office and from members of the House, just trust us. We'll fix this the first week in January. Knowing full well that fixing the property tax problem the first week in January negated everything happening in that property tax year and wouldn't fix the problem. And so we were able to work it out and push people together and come together in a working group and make it work. The same people who were involved in that in the property tax measures from 2 years ago are also involved in this. And they heard all of the lines, just trust us, just trust us. And you know the response I kept hearing is, we don't trust you. We trusted you before, and you didn't follow through. And that's what's going on here. So we can't even get a working group that meets in good faith. Why would they trust us? I would ask for an aye vote on Amendment 12.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, members, I too sit on the Appropriations Committee and heard all of this that we've been speaking about, the good senator from Brighton. And, you know, it was brought to us by somebody here today that, you know, let's let the legislature fix this. You know, we don't need to send it to the people of Colorado. We know best because we're here day in and day out, and we know all of the nuances, and trust us. And as the good senator had said, so all she's asking, and I sit right next to her, I saw the amendment, I've got it right here from what we had this morning, is just to change the dates just by a few days, you know, so that this can be properly handled by the working group. It's certainly isn't trying to gut the bill. It won't gut the bill. It will make it better. So the old adage, you know, let's not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. This is a reasonable attempt to make a bill that we all have reservations, a lot of us have reservations for, to give the proper people, the so-called working group, an opportunity to make this bill better. Members, I urge and I vote on Amendment L12. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on this amendment, a division has been requested, y'all. Because, you know,
Thanks, members. I urge a no vote on this amendment. We looked at this morning and, talked to the people who are negotiating, and this is not what they want in terms of timelines.
A division has been requested. For those of you who are new to this, welcome. Division has been requested. All those who are, a division has been requested on L12 to House Bill 1430. All those not entitled to vote, please be seated. You're entitled to vote. Cool, cool, cool. Now, all those in favor of L12, please stand to be counted. Don't move, please. Thank you. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. Stay standing. Don't move. Mr. Majority Leader. Chair's not in doubt. L12 is lost. To the bill, Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
We're not in the House, but that's
for old time's
cool.
sake. For old time's sake.
I was never in the House. But, yeah. Thank you, Senator Baisley. It's a joy to serve alongside you. I wish I could, yeah, there you go. Cool, cool, cool. To the bill.
Igualmente. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm teasing, Senator.
So
it's a joy. So back to
folks,
1430.
So, folks, I want to address the obvious on there that this bill is counterintuitive, and when I'm reading through it, I'm scratching my head, going, "Whoa!" This bill proposes to salvage some services by reducing taxes. So it starts out talking about how the proposed Initiative 175, in order in response to that proposed initiative, it's necessary to avoid reductions for services including K-12, public education, healthcare, and higher education. Goes on to say, therefore, the General Assembly finds and declares that it would direct additional general fund money to transportation. This act will lower the gasoline excise tax, the special fuel tax, and the road usage fee tax to ensure that state transportation funding is not increased. So it's cutting back by about a third on the amount of money collected and charged at the gas pump in order to increase revenue. So I was, initially I'm scratching my head going, all right, that's rather counterintuitive. But I find this article by our own Denver Post reporter who looms large here in the room, and I got to read at least most of it with some, because it provides the explanation and helps clarify for all of us what this bill does and why the people ought to understand not only the bill but also how it affects their vote in November when 175 comes up on their ballot. I will make some changes for sake of decorum in naming legislators in here, but otherwise, quoting, Democrat lawmakers are threatening to undercut a proposed constitutional amendment aimed at forcing Colorado to spend more on roads, which they warn would bust its already teetering state budget before it ever reaches the November ballot. They announced a bill they plan to introduce Friday that's designed to counteract Initiative 175, a measure they said could divert money from other state priorities to meet its mandate. The construction industry-backed proposal would require the state to spend some $2 billion per year, including $540 million from the general fund, on road transportation projects. The proposal, which hasn't yet qualified for the ballot, immediately drew concerns from Democratic lawmakers who are reeling from making regular $1 billion cuts in recent years to make up for ongoing budget shortfalls. Dozens of outside groups, including the Colorado Hospital Association, the Sierra Club, and Greater Denver Transit, released a concern letter in April calling for backers of the initiative to withdraw it. How curious is that? Underscoring the fiscal pressure, lawmakers just recently sent a spending plan to Governor Jared Polis for the next fiscal year that had to bridge a $1.5 billion deficit. The Restore Our Roads Coalition is still gathering signatures for its measure, which would ask voters to require that the state revenue collected from transportation-related sources be used only for road transportation. This makes sense. The measure would, in effect, take money from other priorities, such as Medicaid and education, to pay for roads, the lawmakers argue, which I think we all need to understand that's where some of that gas tax goes. I'll read that again. The measure would, in effect, take money from other priorities, such as Medicaid and education, to pay for roads, the lawmakers argue. It could also make it more difficult to spend some transportation funding on transit programs. What we cannot do is fill a pothole and close a hospital, said one state representative, a Fort Collins Democrat working on the legislative counter. And that's the situation that we will be faced with should Initiative 175 go into the state constitution. That state representative and other top Democrats have drafted a bill that would shift state spending to meet obligations outlined in the measure and then cut the gas tax to make, and here's the real key, here's the explanation of it all, and then cut the gas tax to make more room for other spending under the state's spending cap set by the Taxpayers' Bill of Rights. So this is what we need to understand and what the article plainly lays out. That this money coming from gas tax, these three sources have been used on items other than roads. But once the people say we want that tax money to be spent on roads because our roads stink, then that would then require there be less money spent on the other pet projects, and therefore, to counter that, this bill will reduce the amount of money that can be collected by gas taxes so that it frees up the Tabor cap gap so that they can tax more to spend on their other projects. So it just negates the whole thing. It's a real tricky chess move on the people, and I find it really distasteful. In effect, the representative said the bill would create close to a net zero effect on state spending if Initiative 175 becomes part of the state constitution. Supporters of the initiative, which is being backed financially by the Colorado Construction Industry Coalition, have said the measure is necessary because of the dire state of Colorado's roads, which we all can see that, along with general frustration that taxes and fees on motor vehicles go to broader transit-related issues and not just roads. The initiative would require that the effective funding be spent on fixing roads and bridges, road planning and engineering, driver safety, and the Colorado State Patrol. We are not spending enough money on roads. Voters know it. Tony Milo, director of Colorado Contractors Association, told the Denver Post for a short story published earlier this week. They know the taxes they are paying on motor vehicles and for using motor vehicles aren't going to roads. They are frustrated about that. After the Democrats' proposal became public Friday afternoon, the coalition appeared steady in their approach. Initiative 175 is simple. It funds roads without a tax increase using revenue that is already supposed to go to roads something a majority of Colorado voters, especially rural Coloradans, support. Grand Junction Mayor Corey Kennedy, a supporter of 175, said in a statement, "This new bill inserts the will of legislators over the will of voters." The state representative, like other opponents, called the initiative an irresponsible measure that would gut core services for Coloradans. He and other lawmakers hope their legislative move will force supporters of Initiative 175 to pull down the measure versus spending time and money to campaign for an ultimately ineffectual proposal. If its supporters pull the proposal from the ballot, lawmakers said they will be willing to discuss better funding for roads. The state representative said lawmakers have been in touch with supporters of the initiative, including sharing a draft of the bill. Conversations can be had about how we can responsibly address transportation funding in the state. Another state representative told, and the chair of the Powerful Budget Committee said, but these conversations cannot be had until they take down their irresponsible ballot measure. Any deal would have to happen relatively quickly since the legislative ends May 13. That would be tomorrow. The state representative said the majority Democratic leadership is prepared to move quickly to make sure the bill is to neutralize the initiative lands on Governor Polis's desk. As for landing a deal, if supporters of the initiative were to agree to pull it down, he turned to an end of session adage: "We can pass a bill in 3 days." But he added, "I'd rather pass it sooner." The initiative is the latest salvo in a battle that has pushed state budget priorities through the ballot box. In 2024, voters approved Proposition 130, requiring that the state direct $350 million to law enforcement without specifying where the money should come from. In response, lawmakers passed House Bill 1084 this year, which would require citizen-run initiatives to identify where the money needed for their measure would come from. This is an interesting twist. A state senator who was sponsoring the anti-initiative 175 bill also sponsored House Bill 1084. Proposition 130 was a statutory change, he noted, which gives lawmakers some leeway in how they implement it. Initiative 175 seeks to change the Constitution, a much higher bar for any action. Another sponsor of the bill, a Boulder Democrat on the Budget Committee and sponsor of the new bill, said, "People need to be wary of special interest groups directing state funding without regard for the bigger budget picture. That allows outside groups to swallow up ever more money from the budget at the expense of the rest of the state's priorities. Any individual ballot measure might look kind of good, and if they spend enough money to advertise the benefits, they might be able to get it passed. So we've got to be on the offense here in order to stop that from continuing to happen." Wow. Okay, so all that to say, the bill counteracts the will of the people. We need to not take this kind of attack. It just seems duplicitous to me that we go with a bill to anticipate what the people's expression of their will is to fund the roads, which is just an essential task of the government to facilitate our transportation, our commerce, and to say, yeah, well, if you try to do that through changing the state constitution, we will counterbalance that by reducing the amount of money collected at the gas pump so that we will negate what the people have expressed their will to do. I'm just frankly appalled by a bill like this. I can't imagine the kind of imagination that came up with this. We've got to say no, and say no very loudly to House Bill 1430. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to make a few concluding remarks before we vote on this bill, because I know this issue of road quality is very important to my constituents in Highlands Ranch and Lone Tree and Roxborough and Parker and the other communities in Douglas County that I represent. They want something done about it. And I just want to conclude with a few numbers that indicate clearly where we sit in the quality of our roads. We are currently 43rd nationally. 43rd nationally, that 7 states below us in the quality of our roads. And the concerning situation is that the road quality keeps getting worse. In 2019, we were 36th, and in 2025, we had fallen to 43rd. So not only is the road quality bad, it keeps deteriorating further. Colorado ranks 47th nationally for rural pavement quality. And so that point's been made by the senator from Sterling, particularly about the poor quality of the rural roads in this state, or even worse. The urban quality is 45th for pavement quality, but rural is all the way down at 47th. Only 34% of Colorado's roads are considered to be in good condition, and that compares to nationally 45% of the roads which are considered to be in good condition. So again, much lower percentage of our roads in good condition here in Colorado. And here's an interesting figure for consumers out there dealing with the issue of affordability. The American Society of Civil Engineers reported in July of 2025, Colorado drivers spend an extra $831 per year on vehicle maintenance due to the poor quality of our roads. So there's a direct cost right there with this poor quality on our roads. 48% of the $1.55 billion transportation budget goes to maintenance of our roads, but limited funding and increasing construction costs impede the improvements, because remember, our population keeps increasing from 2000 to today. It's significantly higher, and yet the funding for the roads has not kept up with that. In Colorado, we also face extreme weather challenges with our roads. Frequent freezing and thawing cycles in the mountainous terrain particularly create significant maintenance challenge. And the Common Sense Institute has noted that while vehicle miles driven fell during the pandemic, it now exceeds the 2019 levels. So again, that growth in population and growth in road usage continuing to go up, but the dollars going into the maintenance of the road is not matching that. And so, just in conclusion, I think, what this situation in Colorado with the roads and the spending of our budget reminds me of is what the federal government does with the Social Security Trust Fund. That money coming into Social Security is supposed to go in a trust fund, supposed to be put there to be used for Social Security payments. And yet what the federal government does is just spends that money and puts an IOU in there. And that's what we're doing, as the senator from Woodland Park pointed out earlier. A lot of these revenues that go in, that are supposed to go into maintaining our roads, are being spent on other things. And so it's the same problem, we have with Social Security Trust Fund, the money not being spent on the things it should be spent on. And here, the dollars coming in from all the gas tax and other fuel cost and roads usage fees is not going to what it should be going to, maintaining the roads. And so, again, in concluding my comments, I urge opposition to this House Bill 1430 for all the reasons that have been stated, in particular that it's clearly thwarting the desires of a large part of this state to make sure that we improve the quality of our roads. Thank you.
Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to come down here and try to say something somebody else hasn't already said, as long as we've been at this. One of the things I want to say is that if in the politics of running this 175, more than likely, the roads will be the best salesman that these folks are going to have. All you got to do is drive some of these roads, and if that's the day before the vote, I'm sure you're going to go in there and vote yes. And the sponsors of this bill know that. That more than likely, the Colorado people are going to say, you're right, we need to do this. You know, I was here when we voted, I think it was on 112, about oil and gas. I can't remember for sure what the number was. What? 118 maybe? No. There we voted. We voted on oil and gas. We wanted to keep it. It was important to the state of Colorado, and we voted yes, we want it. 112 was the number. That next session, we came into session here. Senate Bill 181 was passed and negated what the people had said. There's still people upset about that. I'm probably one of them. But the point that I'm trying to make is that at least they waited until after we'd voted. With this one, they're going to run it before we vote. That ought to tell you a whole bunch. Because, you know, in this business, what's been good for me is that if you're in politics, you better trust the people. Because they know. They made up their mind they wanted to send me. I trust them with that. If they decide that I shouldn't come back, I've got to trust them with that. But the point I'm trying to make is this people of Colorado are going to make up their own mind. And if things go the way I think they'll go, I think 175 will pass, and there'll probably be people run articles and advertisements that 1430 was run in front of it. And that could change the number of votes. Anyway, folks, please vote no, 1430.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1430. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1430 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until later in the day.
The motion is to lay over the balance of the calendar until later today. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the calendar will lay over to later today. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee will rise and report.
Mike.
Who was up at the chair? Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam President. The committee met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
May 12, 2026. Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report has had under consideration the following attached bills being the second reading thereof and makes following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1335, House Bill 1309 as amended, House Bill 1430 as amended, passed on second reading in order revised and placed in the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1289, House Bill 1429, laid over until later in the day on May 12, 2026, and retaining their place on the calendar. House Bill 1281, laid over until May 14, 2026, and retaining its place in the calendar.
Thank you. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the report.
The motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read S001 to 1335?
Amendment S001, Senator Rich moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show the following Rich floor amendment L22 to House Bill 1335 did pass. Amend re-engross bill page 3, line 18, strike 10A and substitute 10A and page 3, strike lines 19 through 22 and substitute college as defined in section 23-71-102.
Thank you, Madam President. I move S001 to House Bill 1335 We talked about this during debate. This is the abortion medication access on college campuses. And the original amendment was to remove private institutions of higher education from the definition of an institution in the bill. The sponsor said there toward the end before a vote that they had talked with the Catholic bishop and various people from the Catholic Church, and everybody was in agreement. But you know, not every private institution is Catholic, and not every private institution that have religious beliefs are Catholic. And nothing was said about whether they reached out to them. And so I think it's important that we pass this amendment because it is not the place of this state to force private institutions to provide abortion medication to students. And I ask and I vote for S001.
Senatorial 5.
Oh, yeah. The motion is adoption of S001, the House Bill 1335. Further discussion. Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we mentioned during the debate, we worked closely with institutions of higher education, including private institutions, none of whom expressed any concern. We took all of the amendments on this legislation. Folks are not asking for this amendment, and so we ask for a no vote.
Further discussion on S001. Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just going to reiterate again that private institutions are private for a reason, and they should retain the autonomy to set policies that reflect their mission, values, and governance structure without being subject to broad state mandates that may not align with their institutional identity. I think it's very important that you consider this, whatever's going on over here, but
Members, we are voting. Let's try to keep conversations to a minimum. Please, Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just going to renew my motion for S001 to House Bill 1335.
Further discussion. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of S001 to House Bill 1335. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Majority Leader, Gonzalez, Marchman, Amabile, Doherty, Amabile again, Wallace, Danielson, Gonzalez again, Cutter, Judah, Benavidez, Kip, Henriksen, Weissman, Snyder, Ball, Sullivan, Mullica, Lindstadt, Colker, Exum, Roberts, Gonzalez, please, Senator Bridges. Please add the president. With a vote of 12 ayes, 23 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, S001 is lost. There is an amendment at the desk again. Mr. Schaffler, please read S001 to House Bill 1430.
It could be.
Amendment
Senator
S001.
Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move S001 to House Bill 1430.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment just simply puts some dates that are realistic on the Transportation Working Group that hopefully we can get everyone together and come up with an idea that works for both those who want to protect the budget and those who want to have funding for transportation. So I ask for an aye vote on this amendment, S001.
Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this is the same amendment as we saw before, with the same dates, which we are being told are not really workable for the group. And so I ask for a no vote.
Seeing there is further discussion, Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to reiterate briefly what I spoke to during the Appropriations Committee when I saw this amendment come up for the first time. And it is this. One, there is not a single vote has yet been cast. The ballot initiative, from what I understand, has not yet finalized. Third, this bill is still under negotiations. Four, this would be a welcome opportunity to engage in the stakeholder conversations that happen through the legislative process, but don't get to happen through the ballot initiative process. I'm just saying, I would welcome the proponents of said ballot initiative to come to the table and negotiate. Ask for a no vote.
Further discussion. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of S001 to House Bill 1430. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Majority Leader. Kip. Danielson, Gonzalez, Benavidez, Judah, Wallace, Cutter, Amabile, Doherty, Roberts, Exum, Colker, Snyder, Lindstedt, Sullivan, Ball, Henriksen, Bridges, Weissman. Please add the president. With a vote of 14 ayes, 21 noes, 0 absent or excused, S001, the House Bill 1430 is lost. Seeing no further discussion, the motion's adoption of the committee of the whole report, are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent or excused, committee of the whole report is adopted. House Bill 1335, 1309 is amended, 1430 is amended, passed second reading, or revised, passed kind of third reading, and final passage. House Bill 1289, House Bill 1429, laid over until 5/12/2026, retaining its place on the calendar. House Bill 1281, laid over until 5/14/2026, retaining its place on the calendar. Introduction, message from the House.
Mr. President, the House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Revised Statutes House Bill 1250, amended as printed in House Journal May 11, 2026.
Message from the Reviser.
We herewith transmit without comment as amended House Bill 1250.
Introduction of resolutions. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of HJR 1031.
House Joint Resolution 1031 by Representatives McCluskey and Duran and Senators Coleman and Rodriguez concerning the designation of the convening date for the first regular session of the 76th General Assembly and the addition of a joint rule establishing deadlines that apply to the Senate and House Representatives for the session based on the convening date.
Mr. Majority Leader.
1031.
Resolution. First day of session next year. I'll be here.
What's the resolution? Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Joint Resolution 1031 layover until Wednesday, May the 13th.
The motion is laid over HJR 1031 to Wednesday, May 13, 2026. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. HJR 1031 will lay over until Wednesday, May 13, 2026. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of SJR 2626.
Senate Joint Resolution 26 by Senator Rodriguez and Representative Duran concerning adjournment sine die.
What? Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Joint Resolution 26 layover until Wednesday, May the 13th.
The Majority Leader will be fined $1 for referring to the President as the chair, and the motion is to lay over SJR 26 to Wednesday, May 13th, 2026. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Man, but the ayes have it. SJR 26 will lay over to Wednesday, May 13th, 2026. Third reading of bills. Consent calendar. Introduction of bill. We can't introduce anymore.
House Bill 1250 by Representatives DeGraff and Bacon and Senators Bright and Wallace concerning procedures relating to state action resulting in the relinquishment of private property and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Veto. Oh, that's not an option? Appropriations. Senator 5. Announcements. Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah.
Senate Appropriations will be meeting upstairs in room 357. We will be hearing House Bill 1250 and other bills as assigned, and we will be meeting upon adjournment of T&E.
Very nice.
15 minutes upon recess of T&E.
Very nice. Further announcements. Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate T&E Committee will be in Senate Committee Room 352. 15 minutes upon recess, we'll be hearing House Bill 1112, House Bill 1273.
Nice. And Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to correct because I said yesterday that State Affairs would be meeting. We will not be meeting. That bill will be addressed in the Appropriations Committee. So no State Affairs for today or the rest of session upon adjournment or recess.
That's excellent. Further announcements. Mr. Majority Leader, come on down. Let's get ready to rumble.
Thank you, colleagues. We will be returning to the floor upon the completion of committees. On that note, Mr. President, I move the Senate recess until 3 p.m. today.
You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate will recess till 3 p.m. today. Ordained. Sergeants, bolt the doors shut. Never allow us out again. Weld them closed. And Mr. Schaffler, please call the roll.
Senators Amabile, Baisley, Ball, Benavidez,
Hey, you guys.
Bridges, Bright, Carson, Catlin, Cutter,
Colton over there?
Danielson, Doherty,
Change that button to a toilet flush? That's an interim project. Interim.
Exum,
I appreciate it, sir.
Frizzell, Gonzalez, Hendrickson, Judah, Kip, Kirkmeyer, Colker, Lindstedt, Liston, Marchman, Mullica, Peltonby, Peltnar, Rich, Roberts, Rodriguez,
Here.
Simpson, Snyder, Sullivan, Wallace, Weissman, Zamora Wilson, Amabile, Baisley, Catlin, Cutter, Doherty,
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the call be raised.
The motion is that the call be raised. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and that call be raised. Committee report.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1250 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar.
Message from the House.
Mr. President, the House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the revisor of statutes Senate Bill 35, amended as printed in House Journal May 8, 2026. House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the revisor of statutes Senate Bill 155, Senate Bill 3, Senate Bill 2, Senate Bill 184, Senate Bill 152, and Senate Bill 78, amended as printed in House Journal on May 11, 2026. House is passed on third reading and returns herewith Senate Bill 178, Senate Bill 103, Senate Bill 191, Senate Bill 188, and Senate Bill 186. The House is passed on third reading and transmitted to the reviser of statutes Senate Bill 23, amended as printed in House Journal May 11, 2026, and amended on third reading as printed in House Journal May 12, 2026. The House is postponed indefinitely. Senate Bill 183. The bill is returned herewith.
Message from the reviser.
We herewith transmit without comment as amended Senate Bill 2, 3, 35, 78, 152, 155, and 184 with comment as amended Senate Bill 23.
Committee reports.
Committee on Transportation and Energy, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1273 be postponed indefinitely. House Bill 1112 be postponed indefinitely.
Special orders. Second reading of the bills. Senator Ball.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and motion is adopted. The Senate resolve subcommittee of the whole consideration of special orders, second bills. And Senator Ball will take the chair.
The committee will come to order, and the court rule is even further relaxed for everybody. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the Senate proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1429.
The motion is for the Senate to proceed out of order and take up House Bill 1429. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will move out of order and take up House Bill 261429. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1429?
House Bill 1429 by Representatives Brown and Sirota and Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer concerning the consolidated administration of public assistance programs and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 261429 on third and final reading, or second reading, sorry. This bill just requires the Departments of Healthcare Policy and Finance and the Human Services Department to get together, create a new public benefits delivery model, and actually figure out how they're going to get our error rates down. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of House Bill 1429. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader. Okay. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1289?
House Bill 1289 by Representatives Garcia and Brown and Senator Weissman concerning modification of certain tax expenditures and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move 1289 and the committee reports from Finance and Appropriations.
To the Finance Committee report.
In Finance, we extended a tax credit by which people can save money on their home energy bills. We also made a budget-neutral change to some design parameters of the film tax credit. Ask for a yes vote on the Finance report.
Was there any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Weissman.
In the Appropriations Committee, we adjusted a transfer concerning transportation, made an administrative change by which DOR can share share information with the Energy Office for the purposes of tax credit administration, and reduced some appropriations. Ask for a yes vote on the Appropes report.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Weissman.
Members, 1289 is a tax bill that tends to our tax code in a holistic way, as we all have to tend to a garden season after season. In short, we are doing three sets of things. In 1289, we are effectuating some of the recommendations of the tax expenditure profiles prepared for us by nonpartisan staff in the Office of the State Auditor. We are looking at tax practices in other states and seeing how we can come into better conformity with median tax practices all around the country. Finally, we are reacting to evolving circumstances in terms of how the federal tax law environment is changing and making some adjustments to things that we are doing here in our Colorado tax code. Accordingly, ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the bill? Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L76?
Amendment L76.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L76.
To the amendment, Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think everyone's going to absolutely love this amendment. We talk about tending the garden. This was kind of what I would consider the rose in that garden, and it's getting ready to bloom. I just know it. So here's the thing. In section 38, I'm asking to amend in that there shall be added to the federal taxable income for the 26 income tax year only, the amount of any overtime compensation excluded or deducted from the federal gross income. And then this subsection gets repealed effective December 31st, 2032, consistent with federal law. So anyways, way back in 2025, there was this House Bill 1296, created a state income tax addition. An addition, you say? Well, which required taxpayers to add the amount of any overtime compensation excluded from their federal income tax revenue to their Colorado taxable income beginning in tax year 26. I don't know that everybody caught it, but some of us did and didn't vote for it, but it still passed anyways. And so here we are now saying, gosh, maybe we should actually be able to add it back in. So it repeals. This amendment repeals the state overtime compensation income tax add back beginning in the tax year 2027. It is good for folks. This is something that I think maybe got a little bit overlooked, not only in 2025, but apparently this year, because this bill went through committee. But then guess what? Never got called up in appropriations. And that's really not fair, because I had a bill that would have taken care of this, but it never got pulled up in appropriations. I know, I am looking at you, to the good senator in Boulder. But anyways, so I thought, gosh, I was looking through 1289, and you know what? In section 38, it talks about 39-22-104, so this is a perfect spot to add this back in and do something right for the people who are working overtime. The people like construction workers, roofers, those types of folks, the people who are on salary, labor unions, yes, thank you. The people who work overtime, that they're actually going to get a little bit of a break, and this amendment does it. I ask for an aye vote on L76.
Senator Weissman.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I do appreciate truly from the senator from Brighton the chance to see the amendment in advance. That's good respect, colleague to colleague. Members, nonetheless, I do need to ask for a no vote. The issue we're talking about here and going back to the 25 bill is an example of what I call tax sovereignty, which is we are a dynamic conformity state. The feds sneeze, we catch cold. That can have budget impacts on us. There are two reasons I'm asking for a no vote on 76. One, full year impact of this is nearly $90 million. Right now, we are narrowly over the Tabor revenue limit. Should we go below, and things like wars and tariffs don't tend to have great macroeconomic impacts, should we go below, this is going to drive dollar for dollar $90 million in cuts to things that we've talked about around here and that are important to us, like services and supports for IDD caregivers, like transportation. The other problem with 76 is what in tax we call horizontal equity. This fails to treat comparable taxpayers comparably in that if you are working on an hourly basis, you might benefit from this. If you are working on a salary basis, even for a meager salary like a lot of our public school teachers, you're not going to benefit. So I need to ask for a no vote.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on another note, since this was originally a bill, which would have been Senate Bill 2656, I actually have the fiscal note. And shocker, here's a shocker for you all. In this fiscal note, this amendment, which wasn't a bill, so this amendment would actually bring a total revenue of $65.9 million into the state. And we could use that in 26-27, another $65.9 million. And that's what it said in the fiscal note when I had this bill drafted and got it through committee. Thought it was going to do it in appropriations, but then we didn't. So you can go look it up. It's Senate Bill 2656. This amendment is essentially that bill. It was a one-pager, it was really easy, and it talked about really overtime. But on the net, this amendment is estimated to increase our general fund revenue by $65.9 million in fiscal year 26-27. So there you go. It's actually a good thing for our budget and helps us out. But more importantly, it helps those people out who get overtime, that they're gonna get a break. People who do overtime are doing so because they maybe need the money, trying to figure out how to make ends meet. Maybe they're thinking, gosh, my kid's going to need braces and I'm going to need that additional money, so I'm going to go work some extra hours. And what do they get for working extra hours? You'd think they'd get a tax break, but no, they didn't. They get to pay more taxes. Or maybe they're thinking, gosh, I'm just trying to figure out how to get by and I got to pay off a bill, or I've got to get my mortgage paid, or I just need extra money. So I work overtime. And for that overtime, do I get a tax break? No, I get to go pay more taxes. So this amendment would give those individuals the opportunity to go and put in the extra work like they want to, maybe pull down an extra buck so that they could pay for their kids' braces, or maybe take them to the doctor, or take their family out to dinner, or maybe even try and figure out how they might plan a vacation at some point in their life, because we live in one of the most unaffordable states in the nation. And what did we do? And back in 25, we created a state income tax addition, which required taxpayers to add the amount of any overtime compensation excluded from their federal income tax revenue to their Colorado taxable income beginning in tax year 26. This would give them a break. This repeals that state overtime compensation income tax add back. That was a mistake, and it would do so much good for people who want to be able to work the additional hours so that they can provide for their family. Maybe, that spending that few more hours away from their family, been able to bring in a few more bucks and not get taxed on it, would be a good deal for families in the state of Colorado. Ask for an aye vote on L76.
Is there any further discussion on L76? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L76. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No! The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment as well for this tax bill.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L75?
Amendment L75.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L75 to 1289.
Is there any discussion?
Yes. What this does is that under this bill, the industry would continue providing increased and annual financial support to the state through the scheduled revenue increases already built into Colorado law. In recognition of that and that continued commitment and partnership, we are requesting the removal and repealing provisions contained in HB 26-1289. Specifically, the amendment would remove sections 21 and 22 relating to the repeal of the fuel allowance provision, and sections 23, 24, 26, and 27 relating to the repeal of the tobacco and nicotine allowances that support pre-K and Proposition EE funding mechanisms. These allowances are not subsidies or loopholes. They were established to offset the substantial administrative compliance reporting and tax collection costs imposed on distributors and wholesalers acting on behalf of the state. So I ask for an aye vote on L75.
Senator Weissman.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And as with the last amendment, I do appreciate the senator giving me a chance to look at it before we're talking here today. Nonetheless, I need to ask for a no vote. Members, relative to the bill that is in front of us, 75 would remove over $2 million per year from preschool program funding. It would also remove millions of dollars from transportation funding. I know we want some of that transportation funding to fix the roads in Morgan County too. So respectfully need to ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L75? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L75. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to 26-1289. As legislators, we get a chance to tour some places within our districts. We get to talk to our constituents. We get to see how the machine works. We get to see the people who are really trying to earn a living in our districts. This last summer, I had a chance to visit a distributorship in my district that was distributing. And when I saw this bill, something just jumped right off the page at me. Big flags, big red flags. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I saw how that happens. It's incredible. So I think we can all agree in this chamber that like slavery is probably a bad thing. Requiring people to work for free, probably a bad thing. Contracting with folks and then just agreeing to not pay them for the work that they're doing is probably not a good thing. It's probably not anything that anybody would want to stand up for. And so I got to visit this distributorship, and they apply tax stamps to cigarettes. Now, this is normally something that the government would do. It's a government function. The government would apply a tax stamp that says the taxes and the fees or whatever were paid on this. We don't have a facility outside in the parking lot that applies these tax stamps. So what do? We ask the distributor to do this for us, and we give them a credit to do this such thing. So we are contracting with the distributor to do work for the government, and we pay a price for that. There is a price for that. The distributor is not going to do this for free. They're not interested in working for free, so they accept the credit, the fee, to do this work. So I got a chance to visit with the distributorship, and it was incredible. There's a warehouse, and there was a very cordoned off section that was high security. Like all the employees couldn't get in there except for the one or two that had the ability or the clearance to be in there. Because what we're dealing with here is a tax stamp on cigarette packages. And so it was incredible how the order would come in for cigarettes, and then the cartons would come along, and they would be carefully opened, and very carefully this machine would apply tax stamps to each packet of cigarettes that came through, and then very carefully it would all get put back together, and then it would be prepared for shipment out to whoever ordered that, whatever store ordered it. And so as I watched this process and the incredible security, all the very detailed equipment that it took to pull this off, I was amazed that, wow, yes, indeed, makes sense for this distributor to do it, but they shouldn't do it at their own cost. I mean, this is essentially a function of the government. And so I watched that, and I realized that there was a credit that was applied to this process. The government, the state government is paying the distributor to put a tax stamp on. Pretty impressive operation, impressive work. And when I dug into 1289, I found that one of the sections within 1289 pulls back the credit, pulls back the funding that we were going to give to that distributor to apply those tax stamps. And so we were just going to say, hey, you get to do that work for free. For the privilege of doing our job for us, we're going to not pay you for that. It was pretty interesting to see that component. So I heard this bill in committee, and I ran an amendment in committee that said, hey, instead of not paying the distributor for the work that they're doing, how about we bring that duty back and we just go ahead and have the state government apply the tax stamps instead of asking the distributor to do it for free? Makes sense to me. We're going to have a contract with somebody and we're not going to pay him. We can't really expect them to do that. And so that amendment was knocked down in committee. I was disappointed but not surprised. And so I thought there's got to be another way to approach this, because this is a function. This is a job creator inside of, that's doing work inside of my district, inside of all of our districts, and yet we're asking them to do work on behalf of the government, and then we're not paying them for it. So I thought the next best way to handle this is to just go ahead and strike that piece out of the bill. And let's not ask this job creator business inside of my district, your districts, to do this for free. So with that, I have an amendment.
There's an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please read Amendment L80?
Amendment L80.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so amendment, so
Senator
I
Bright,
move
would you like to
amendment
move your
L80 to
amendment?
1289.
Would you like to move your amendment?
I move amendment L80 to 1289.
Is there any discussion? Senator Bright.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So what this amendment does is it essentially pulls that section out so that we're no longer asking this job creator, distributor in Northern Colorado to do this work for free. And I feel like that's only the right way to go about this. We shouldn't be asking our folks to do work for free. I don't think any of us would agree with that process. And anyway, I would encourage an aye vote on L80.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L80? Senator Weissman.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. We did chat a little bit about the tax stamp issue in committee. This is sort of a shrunken version of the prior amendment that was a more sweeping cut through the cigarette and nicotine excise tax parts of the bill. The way that I look at this is, depending on our profession, a lot of us might incur cost related to practicing a profession or being in a line of business. I pay hundreds of dollars a year to the Office of Attorney Regulation Council so that they can oversee attorneys generally, and for the privilege of me to have an active status law license. I know if you're in childcare, there's going to be regulatory costs with that. That is how I situate, being in this business that has a history of being regulated, and I think appropriately so. And page 19 of the fiscal note will detail the various places to which funding flows from these taxes, more of which are voter approved than not. I think those are worthwhile endpoints. I'm going to ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L80? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L80. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, members, I sit on the Appropriations Committee, and we just heard this bill. Was it just Monday? Losing track of the days. I think we just heard this bill Monday. And this is a very, very complicated piece of legislation. What this bill does is it constitutes a wholesale restructuring of how Colorado approaches taxation. What stands out to me is the overall direction of the policy choices being made. We're tightening or eliminating broader-based provisions that apply on a whole wide range of taxpayers and topics, while expanding or creating much more targeted incentives. And once you start going down that road, it becomes less and less about a consistent system and more about, more about, making a case-by-case decisions about who should benefit and who shouldn't. Like I say, this is very complicated. It's a different approach, and it produces a level of uncertainty that I don't think would be very helpful. I'll just say this: when people outside this building look at a bill like this, which virtually nobody outside this building has looked at, in fact, a lot of people inside this building have not looked at, they're not parsing every subsection. This is a 75-page bill, and the fiscal note alone, of which there's been 6 different fiscal notes, of which each fiscal note is roughly 30 pages. Like I say, it's extremely complicated. They're not tracking every credit or add back. They're looking at the overall picture, and this picture paints one of consistent change, constant adjustment, and a tax code that's in motion year after year. Nobody, businesses, individuals, they don't know what to plan on. Is there an exemption one year, tax credit this year? It's not here this year. And that matters because predictability is a huge part of what makes a place like Colorado what once was attractive for investment. That's maybe not so true today. If the rules keep shifting, it's harder to plan, harder to commit, and harder to take risks. Are we moving towards a system that people can understand, that businesses can understand, that they can rely on and plan around? Are we moving toward one that's increasingly complex, increasingly tailored, and increasingly subject to change? And to my point, like I say, if you go through the fiscal note, which I'm not about to, But you just look at all the different changes, and the sponsor of this bill, we've offered at least 3 different amendments, at least 3, probably more, where we tried to take a bill and just work around the edges and make it a little bit better. But no, it's perfect in this case. Everything that's been presented is absolute perfect. There's repealed tax credits, there's new sales and use tax, new exemptions, changes to the income tax credits. The list goes on and on. There's pages and diagrams here that people have probably hardly looked at. And, I just have a hard time with all of this. Things are going fast and furious. I realize that we want things to move along, but I think the process needs to be slowed down a little bit. So with that in mind, Mr. Chair and members, I'm asking that the bill be read at length.
The request is that the bill be read at length. Mr. Schaffler, please read the bill at length.
House Bill 1289, concerning modification of certain tax expenditures and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado, Section 1, Legislative Declaration. The General Assembly finds and declares that 1A, regular evaluation and maintenance of the tax code is critical to a high-quality tax system. B, the Office of the State Auditor and the General Assembly regularly review tax credits, deductions, and exemptions along with other tax expenditures and recommend streamlining implementation, assessing ongoing fit with the original purpose, and eliminating outdated or ineffective tax expenditures. C, this act is a single tax policy change that makes changes to existing tax expenditures and eliminates others to improve the administrative efficiency of the tax code, reduce administrative burden, better align certain tax expenditures with the General Assembly's intent in enacting the tax expenditures, and conform Colorado's tax code with provisions commonly used in other states so that Colorado is less of an outlier compared to the rest of the country in how taxpayers compute their taxes owed. D, any net district revenue gain resulting from the tax policy change in this act is incidental and de minimis. And E, therefore, consistent with the Colorado Supreme Court's holding in Tabor, found versus Regional Transportation District 2018, CO 29, that a tax policy change that causes either no net district tax revenue gain or a net district tax revenue gain that is only incidental and de minimis does not require voter approval under Section 24A of Article 10 of the state constitution. This act is not a tax policy change that requires voter approval. 2A, eliminating the administrative and bad debt allowance for fuel tax distributors serves the purposes of 1, reducing a duplicative benefit, and 2, better aligning Colorado's tax code with those of other states. B, according to the Office of the State Auditor's 2019 evaluation of the tax expenditure, the Internal Revenue Service already provides a tax offset for bad debt, and most surrounding states don't have a similar tax expenditure. C, any revenue gain realized as a result of eliminating the administrative and bad debt allowance for fuel tax distributors is incidental and de minimis. 3A, eliminating the vendor allowances for the cigarette tax, cigarette inventory tax, tobacco products tax, and nicotine product tax serves the purpose of 1, better aligning Colorado's tax code with most other tax codes which don't have similar allowances to reimburse the cost of a tax collection, and 2, removes a redundancy in Colorado's tax code since businesses are already able to deduct these costs from their taxable income. B, any revenue gain realized as a result of eliminating the vendor allowances for the cigarette tax, cigarette inventory tax, tobacco products tax, and nicotine products tax is incidental and de minimis. 4A, eliminating the sales tax exemption for property used in spaceflight better serves the purposes of 1, aligning the tax code with those of the vast majority of states that don't have a similar tax expenditure, and 2, modernizes Colorado's tax code since the Department of Revenue's biannual tax profile and expenditure report shows that virtually no taxpayers claim the tax expenditure. B, any revenue gain realized as a result of eliminating the sales tax exemption for property used in spaceflight is incidental and de minimis. 5A, eliminating the income tax deduction for wages and salaries because of Section 280C of the Internal Revenue Code serves the purpose of making Colorado's tax code more neutral between taxpayers. According to the Office of the State Auditor's 2019 and 2024 evaluations of the tax expenditure, only certain types of expenses and businesses qualify for the tax expenditure, which results in Colorado's tax code favoring certain types of business activity over others. B, any revenue gain realized as a result of eliminating the income tax deduction for wages and salaries because of Section 280C of the Internal Revenue Code is incidental and de minimis. 6A, reducing the fuel loss deduction tax expenditure from 2% to 1% serves the purposes of 1, better aligning the tax expenditure with how much fuel distributors lose in transit, and 2, removes the redundancy in Colorado's tax code since distributors are already able to deduct those losses from their taxable income. B, any revenue gain realized as a result of reducing the fuel loss deduction tax expenditure is incidental and de minimis. 7A, restricting the enterprise zone new employee health insurance tax expenditure so that it is only available to those businesses with fewer than 50 employees serves the purposes of eliminating redundancy and better aligning the tax expenditure with the 56th General Assembly's intent in creating the tax expenditure. The 56th General Assembly created the tax expenditure to incentivize businesses in enterprise zones to offer health insurance to their employees. But as a result of the 2010 passage of the Federal Affordable Care Act, these businesses are already required to offer their employees insurance. Any revenue gain realized as a result of restricting this tax expenditure is incidental and de minimis. 8, restricting the enterprise zone research and experimental income tax credit serves the purpose of better aligning the tax expenditure with the 56th General Assembly's intent in creating the tax expenditure by limiting the tax expenditure to businesses that make the largest and most impactful increases in their research and developing spending. Any revenue gain realized as a result of restricting this tax expenditure is incidental and de minimis. 9A, the purpose of updating the method for Water's Edge combined reporting for future tax
Senator
years is
Liston.
to better reflect the original.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my motion to have the bill read at length. Thank
motion
you.
is withdrawn.
Thank you, Mr. Schaffler. Thank you, Mr. Schaffler. And thank you, members. Members, I just wanted to make the point that indeed this is a very, very complicated and complex bill that, quite frankly, I would venture to say probably 99% of us don't understand all of the true implications to individuals, to businesses, and what it's going to potentially do, good or bad, to Colorado's economy. Like I say, this had 6 renditions of the fiscal note, and still trying to make some reasonable, tiny little changes, but heaven forbid, oh no, it's engraved in stone that here it is, take it or leave it. This is perfect, absolutely perfect, which I doubt that it is. So with that in mind, I would still encourage a no vote on House Bill 1289. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Schaffler.
Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I rise in opposition to House Bill 1289. As my colleague from Colorado Springs just demonstrated, this bill, I mean, it's a 76-page omnibus bill, is not a mere modernization or closing loopholes. It's a stealthy tax increase wrapped in a bow of bureaucratic complexity, a direct assault on individual economic freedom, and we must oppose it. Our founding fathers understood that the power to tax is the power to destroy. They crafted the Constitution to restrain that power, emphasizing consent of the governed, protection of private property, and government that stays within its proper bounds. And House Bill 1289 violates these principles by decoupling Colorado from beneficial federal tax provisions, repealing exemptions, denying deductions, and picking winners and losers through targeted credits. It expands the reach of government into our wallets while subsidizing favored industry, mostly green energy schemes at the expense of hardworking families, small businesses, and investors. I mean, this bill forces taxpayers to add back overtime compensation excluded from the federal gross income to their Colorado taxable income. I mean, Coloradans, did you know that the big, beautiful bill allowed you to keep your hard-earned money for extra hours. I mean, we're talking $12,500 for individuals or $25,000 for couples. And here we have Colorado saying, not so fast. The state will tax it anyway. This is not fairness. And the state is punishing the very people driving our economy. Nurses working double shifts, construction workers building our communities, and small businesses and employees who are going the extra mile. And are you okay with this, Coloradans? I know my constituents aren't. And also, this bill closes corporate tax preferences, including opportunity zone exclusions and deductions tied to certain corporate structures, and redirects the revenue into expanded state credits for clean energy and wildfire mitigation. Now, the majority calls this modernizing the tax code, and I call it picking winners and losers with other people's money. And the fiscal note tells you the scale of what is at stake. $89 million in the first year, and $159 million the year after that. That is not money being returned to the taxpayers. That is money being taken away from one set of businesses and handed over to another set that the government has decided it prefers. So let me start with the opportunity zones. This program was created to drive private investment into economically distressed communities, places with low income, high unemployment, and few opportunities. It works by incentivizing investors to put their own capital at their own risk into neighborhoods that the market would otherwise overlook. In Colorado, opportunity zones exist in communities from Denver and Pueblo to the Eastern Plains and the Western Slope. These are places in our state that need help the most. And this bill pulls the rug out from under the investors who showed up by eliminating the state-level tax benefits tied to opportunity zones and their investments. Colorado is telling private capital to go elsewhere, to Texas, Florida, Arizona, to any state that still honors the federal framework designed to lift distressed communities. And when you change the rules after investors have already committed their money based on those rules, you do something worse than bad policy. You break trust. You tell every future investor that Colorado's commitments are only as durable as whoever's in the majority. That is a reputation this state cannot afford. On the spending side, this bill expands clean energy investment credits and makes them refundable, meaning the state will write checks to companies that owe no Colorado income tax. And let me be clear about what is happening here. The current federal administration is scaling back clean energy subsidies, and Colorado is stepping in to replace them with state dollars, positioning itself in deliberate opposition to federal policy. Whatever one thinks of that decision, let us call what it is. It is not tax simplification, it's industrial policy, the government deciding which energy sources deserve taxpayer support and which do not. The government is interfering in the market. It's going to cause inefficiencies. And those inefficiencies are going to increase costs. To who? To the taxpayer. And here we have a pattern every member of this body should note. Governments rarely create new credit programs that stay non-refundable for long. The political incentives all push in one direction. So I want to address the wildfire mitigation provisions directly because I know this issue matters to every Coloradan. It matters to me. We've seen what wildfires can do in our communities. The Marshall Fire, the East Troublesome Fire, the Cameron Peak Fire. They destroy homes and they take lives. But if wildfire mitigation is a state priority, and it absolutely should be, then fund it directly through appropriations process with transparent budgeting and clear accountability. Let's not bundle it into an omnibus tax restructuring bill as a sweetener to make the rest of the package more palatable. Wildfire preparedness deserves its own debate, its own vote, and the full attention of this body. It should not be held hostage to an unrelated fight about corporate tax preferences and clean energy subsidies. The broader concern is competitiveness. Colorado is competing with 49 other states for business investment, for talent, and for tax revenue and what they generate. Every time we close a tax preference, redirect revenue to a government-favored industry, and make another credit refundable, we send a message. Colorado's tax environment can change at any time based on whatever political party is the majority and pursuing that session. Business leaders and trade associations across the state have sounded the alarm. They are not making this up. They are responding rationally to a policy environment that has become less predictable, less business-friendly, and more redistributed with every passing session. And of course, there's more regulations, which brings about more costs. And when the people who create the jobs tell you your policies are driving them away, this body should listen. This bill will not help working families. It will shrink the private investment that creates jobs and grows wages. It will expand the government's role in choosing which industries thrive and which do not. And it will add another layer of complexity to a tax code that is already too complicated for ordinary Coloradans to navigate. I mean, when we have a flat tax, it should be simple. But we keep doing these carve-outs and credits, and it's very complicated. And so I urge a no vote on House Bill 1289.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we heard this bill in finance, and it's just got a little bit in it for everyone, just sprinkles of different things. So I just am going to start off my conversation this evening with whose money is this that we're talking about? The revenue that this bill is going to generate comes from closing existing tax preferences, deductions, and exclusions that Colorado businesses currently rely on when planning investments, structuring operations, and deciding whether this state is worth the cost of doing business here. When the legislature eliminates those preferences, it takes money that businesses already counted on keeping. Now, let's call that what it is, a tax increase. I really want to concentrate a little bit on two items because we've heard about opportunity zones, and opportunity zone investment is really important. But I want to talk also about the innovative motor deduction tax credit because I find this to be particularly puzzling. We have, and so this fiscal note, as massive as it is chock full of amazing information. Amazing. And I especially found the chart, sorry, let me look, on page 13. So on page 13, table 2A, where it talks about income tax revenue impacts, this is an amazingly valuable piece of information right here. So I encourage you to flip to page 13 of the most recent fiscal note of the many fiscal notes that there have been. And that's okay, because a bill this size and this complicated, it takes a few rounds to tweak it and totally understand. But I'd just like to point your attention to, oh gosh, a little bit more than halfway down on table 2A, where the innovative motor tax credit is listed. And if you were to tie that with the bill, that would be section 7 of the bill itself. So, this innovative motor vehicle tax credit is also described on page 5 of the fiscal note. And it just goes on, and I want to be really clear about this. The innovative motor vehicle tax credit is available for purchases of electric and plug-in hybrid electric vehicles. The bill makes bidirectional changes to this credit for tax years 27, 28 as follows. So for tax year 2027, the base credit amount is being increased per this bill, per this policy, from $1,000 to $2,000. For tax year 2028, the base credit amount is being increased from $500 to $1,000, double both years. For tax years 27 and 28, the bill allows an additional tax credit of $2,500 for purchases of qualifying vehicles with a manufacturer's suggested retail price, otherwise sometimes known as an MSRP, of less than $40,000. And then purchases of vehicles with MSRPs less than $35,000, they are already receiving this additional tax credit under current law. So let's be clear that we're expanding this tax credit considerably. Last, for tax years 2027 and 2028, the bill disallows the credit for purchases of vehicles with an MSRP greater than $50,000. Under current law, the purchases of vehicles with an MSRP greater than $80,000 are already ineligible for the credit. So what this means, I'm just going to backtrack a little bit because that's a lot of words on the piece of paper, a lot of numbers, but what we are doing is we are reducing the tax credits available for higher priced cars, higher priced electric vehicles, and increasing them for lower priced vehicles. Obviously incentivizing that type of decision-making process with our citizens. And I question this because here's the thing. Interestingly enough, just a few hours ago, we were having a very vibrant conversation around HUTF funds and what that looks like. And the reality is electric vehicles are very, very heavy. They're much heavier than your typical vehicle, unless you're driving some ginormous pickup truck or some other, if you compare like a small vehicle, a small electric vehicle to a very large gas-powered vehicle, then that's a whole, that maybe they're comparable. But the bottom line is, the damage to Colorado roads from electric vehicles is candidly quite extraordinary. Yet, we do not collect taxes to help offset that wear and tear. They kind of are getting a pass. And now, on top of that, we're incentivizing the purchase of these vehicles. And I question, I question that, because when we are in a really difficult year for our budget, a really difficult year for our budget, we're handing money out to people buying vehicles that do not support themselves from a transportation infrastructure perspective. So I know that that's kind of a complicated conversation, and one that I'm obviously having kind of by myself, but here I am. Thank you. I appreciate it.
As am I, Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just wanted to kind of put my thoughts about this bill from that perspective out there for the world to digest. The other thing that I really kind of wanted to talk a little bit about would be the wildfire hazard mitigation credit. And so once again, with this fantastic fiscal note, God bless our fiscal analysts, page 13, table 2A, interesting, the wildfire hazard line is right below the innovative motor line. And the information about that can be found on page 5 also. And so it's talking about how for tax years 2027 through 2030, the bill is increasing the maximum credit from $1,000 to $2,000, raises the income limit for a landowner to be eligible for the credit from an inflation-adjusted limit of $120,000 to an inflation-adjusted limit of $300,000. So I'm guessing you have to make less money in order to avail yourself of this tax credit, and allows for the credit to be carried forward for 5 years. It's also expanding the allowable cost for a landowner to claim the credit for which they can claim the credit. So I have a lot of experience with wildfire mitigation. I think that I've talked from the well about my experience during the Hayman Fire in the southwest area where I lived during the Hayman Fire. Don't live there anymore. And we underwent massive efforts towards wildfire mitigation, given the fact that the subdivision that I lived in was situated immediately next to Pike National Forest. And as it turns out, the federal government's never been great neighbors when it comes to forest health, at least in the past. Perhaps they're better now. And so we, as a community, worked really, really hard to mitigate our properties, to thin out scrub oak, cut down dead stuff, remove dead stuff, make sure that our trees were not infested with pine beetle. I mean, like, you can't really prevent that, but you can take measures. And so this is the thing, and this is my comment about this, is I feel like we need to encourage wildfire mitigation, because one of the big issues that I hear about from my constituents, and I know you do too, is that insurance costs, homeowner insurance costs in the state of Colorado are insane. And a lot of it's because of hail, and some of it's because of wildfire. It's both. Those are the two biggies, especially hail. Now, we should be having this conversation about how do we incentivize people to mitigate their property for wildfire? How do we do that? We should be having the conversation of how do we incentivize people to harden their roofs? Well, there was a bill for that this session, as a matter of fact, which is no longer, sadly. But this is a conversation that we need to keep having, and I would submit to you that we need to look at this wildfire hazard mitigation credit and perhaps not be rewarding people for buying EV cars, because I don't believe in incentivizing behavior. But when it comes to really helping citizens in Colorado and communities together, trying to lower their homeowner insurance rates, this might be a really valuable conversation. It's one that I look forward to having at length next session. But perhaps I'm done for now, at least on that topic. I find several things in this bill to be particularly concerning. And I'm just going to close because I know that I have some colleagues here who are very eager to chat about this bill as well. So I don't want to hog the podium or anything, especially when our time together is so short. But I really wanted to also point out in Section 6 of the bill, where the wage and salary deduction for businesses is being reduced. And I think that that's a really big problem. We are in this particular, just this one thing, right? It's like, oh, well, I'm just going to look at Section 6 here really quickly. So just in the bill summary, Section 6, because I'd be happy to read that whole Section 6 for you, but, you know, again, I'd want to be respectful of my colleagues here. So Section 6, for income tax years commencing on or after January 1st, 2027, also eliminates the ability of corporations to deduct from their income tax liability any amount included in federal taxable income pursuant to, oh, here we go, Sections 951A or 951A, subparagraph A, again, not an attorney here, of the Internal Revenue Code with respect to a controlled foreign corporation. Wait, I think that I'm reading the wrong thing. Sorry, that was the second Section 6. For income tax years commencing on or after January 1st, 2027, repeals the state corporate income tax deduction for wages or salaries paid that are not allowed to be deducted at the federal level pursuant to Section 280C of the Internal Revenue Code. So in this way, we are conforming to federal code, which is fascinating because it feels like we're kind of trying to decouple when we can here. And I just want to say, with respect to this, we're removing a deduction for businesses. And I think that it's important to understand that there may be businesses that benefit from this and that we should not be penalizing folks who want to do business in Colorado and making it harder for them to be successful here. I ask for a no vote.
Senator Wiseman.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'll yield the podium in a moment and allow the senators from the West Lobe to speak, but I didn't want the senator from Castle Rock to feel that she was merely having a conversation of one. So briefly, members, to what was just said. Look, the way that the EV credit features in here is in 23, we passed a big bill concerning how tax policy can help in our energy transition and help people save money. The federal environment of tax policy was one thing at that time. It has subsequently gone into the wood chipper with some other provisions that used to be federal law and government. So we need to adjust what we're doing here. What's not changed is the tax credit goes away after the 28 tax year. We have been working on this part with CO since last fall. We are trying to land as close to net zero as we can. Some dollar figures do adjust up a tiny bit because a lot of federal incentive has gone away, but we're bringing down the maximum MSRP eligibility by tens of thousands of dollars. So a lot of people will, if they choose to buy a more expensive EV, great, they won't get the tax credit anymore. That's how we preserve general fund balance. Also, to the point of how this bill bears on the business space broadly, I just wanted to point out that many of the provisions here actually are aimed at businesses. Section 9, community food access, that is a business and small farm tax credit. Sections 10 and 12 for industrial clean energy, including a new biomethane allowance, geothermal energy, those are businesses that claim those credits. Section 13, the heat pump credit has always been designed so that businesses can get a pretty good chunk of it. We want to promote the business space and skilled workers to install that technology. It can heat and cool and save people a lot of money. We have a new purchase credit for sustainable aviation fuel, or SAF. People don't buy SAF. Businesses buy SAF. We are including in the advanced tax credit framework, optionally, it's not a mandate, but optionally, sellers of battery lawn equipment. That was requested by sellers, by businesses of that equipment. We're continuing, after a brief pause, the allowance for equipment used in space flights. That is one of our more bespoke tax provisions. That is for businesses, and starting 2027, we are resuming an enterprise zone tax expenditure for renewable energy projects in those enterprise zones. To the point of opportunity zones, Colorado taxpayers will continue to be able to get those tax benefits. All they have to do is invest their money in Colorado. The feds can say you're going to get a tax break if you're a Colorado taxpayer and you're doing a project in Nebraska. They can say that. I don't know why we as Colorado would give away tax breaks for people who aren't even investing in our state. So just a little bit way of response to some of the discussion we just had.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the good senator from the Air Force Academy talked a little bit about opportunity zones, and I was thinking about that because the governor was in Grand Junction yesterday for a economic development event, and he went on and on about opportunity zones and what a good thing those have been for the state of Colorado. Well, when you get to the fiscal note on this bill, House Bill 26-1289, page 3, starting for tax year 2027, the bill creates an addition to taxable income for the purposes of calculating Colorado income tax for certain investors in opportunity funds. Opportunity funds are investment vehicles that invest in designated low-income areas known as opportunity zones. The Federal Opportunity Zone program was scheduled to expire after 2026 and was permanently extended by the H.R. 1. Investors who reinvest capital gains into qualified opportunity funds within 180 days may defer federal taxes on those gains. It is if the investment is held for at least 10 years, it may qualify for tax-free appreciation. This bill requires that Colorado taxpayers add back any capital gain or appreciation that they excluded from federal gross income that is not from an investment in a Colorado Qualified Opportunity Fund. A Colorado Qualified Opportunity Fund is an opportunity fund that holds at least 90% of its assets in Colorado Opportunity Zones. The Colorado Opportunity Zone program is administered, of course, by OEDIT. Now, opportunity zones were created to direct private investment in places that conventional capital markets tend to overlook. And many counties on the western slope are not booming with development projects competing for investor attention. They are communities where a single investment can mean jobs, a renovated building on Main Street, or a small manufacturer that gives a young person a reason to stay rather than leave for the city. Opportunity zone incentives brought that kind of capital to corners of Colorado that otherwise rarely see it. This bill closes the state-level exclusion and tells investors the rules have changed. In communities like mine, that is a significant loss, and it will not show up in any fiscal note this chamber reviews. Investors who use opportunity zone treatment made long horizon commitments. They accepted illiquidity and risk between the tax structure made the math work. Some of these projects are still running. Others were being considered. When a state signals that it will unilaterally change the terms of an incentive program that drew investment. The next investor will look to Utah, Arizona, or New Mexico, states that have decided they want the investment. Now, look at where the money goes. The revenue funds expanded credits for clean energy and wildfire mitigation. Clean energy credits are a choice about which industries receive government support and which do not. The businesses on the receiving end and those credits did not earn them by outcompeting anyone. They earned them by aligning with the current legislative agenda. That is a pattern in this building, and it has real costs for the industries and workers left outside the circle of preferred investment. The communities I represent need investment, predictability, and a state government that keeps its word when it creates incentive programs to designed to attract capital. This bill undermines all three. It changes the rules on investors who played by them, redirects the proceeds to politically favored industries, and plants the seed of a credit expansion that future sessions will struggle to contain. I don't know who asked for this bill, but I ask for a no vote on House Bill 26-1289.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of House Bill 1289. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1289 is adopted. Senatorial 5.
Did we already rise and report?
No. Oh, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We will rise and report.
We have a cow, right? Two cows. Are both on same bill? Both on 1289? The committee has met and had a number of bills.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Marshman.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met, had a number of bills under consideration. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read the report?
May 12, 2026. Mr. President, in committee of the whole begs leave to report has had under consideration the following attached bills being the second reading thereof, makes following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1429, House Bill 1289 as amended, passed on second reading, order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Marchman.
That's cool. Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
The motion is adoption committee of the whole report, but there is an amendment of the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read S001 to 1289.
Amendment S001, Senator Kirkmeyer, move to amend the report. Of the
Senator
committee.
Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move S001 to House Bill 1289.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is the amendment that was L76 that saying that it did pass to House Bill 1289, and this is the amendment that would, shall there be added to the federal taxable income for the 2026 income tax year only, the amount of any overtime compensation excluded or deducted from the federal gross income. So this is a great amendment. It's about overtime tax. It's about giving those folks who get overtime overtime pay that are working away from their families, the ability to not have to pay additional tax, but actually for the time spent away from their families, maybe they could actually spend their money on their families. Ask for an aye vote on S001.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for an aye vote as well. Let's stand with the workers today and let them keep more money in their pocket.
Senator, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate take up special order, second reading consent.
We're on S001.
Jesus Christ.
What's happening right now? S001 to 1289, Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment. I know that it sounds good, and I know we all want to support workers and people who are working and earning overtime do deserve time and a half for that overtime. And this is about whether or not they're going to pay taxes on that, but only here in Colorado because the federal government already exempted that in a very narrow set of circumstances. But I have spent the last 6 months working on the budget. And if this amendment passes, the cost is $120 million a year. And I need you, if you want to vote for this, I saw you all signed all the amendments to the budget. You did not want to cut what we had to cut. And so if you want to sign up for this amendment, tell me what you want to cut. Tell me, do you want blind and deaf kids to go to school anymore, or do you not want that? Do you want kids who are in wheelchairs with trach tubes to die, or do you want us to fund that? So that is it, because we can't afford it. We don't have the money.
Members, I would ask that we, what's that?
There was a lot of passion.
Yes, a lot of passion. But I just want to make, members, I just want to make sure that we're being respectful at the well. Senator Kirkmeyer.
I'm good. Thank you, Mr. President. There was a lot of passion there, and I love it because I've given that speech several times myself. But with regard to this amendment, basically the amendment is saying that we would repeal the state overtime compensation income tax add back beginning in the year. And you know what? I had this as a bill, wasn't able to get a hearing in appropriations, so we're going to do it here. And we're all going to have the opportunity to decide whether or not we should tax overtime. Tax those individuals that are going to work extra time away from their family so that they would have money maybe to pay for the braces or maybe to take their kid to the doctor or who knows, maybe even to try and go out to dinner to a nice place and not get McDonald's for dinner. Just saying. But think about it. That's what it is. And here's the reality. I agree with the comments from the good senator from Boulder County and my colleague on the Joint Budget Committee. It was tough. But the reality is with this is because it was a bill, I do actually have an appropriations report and a fiscal note. And here's what it says. In budget year 26-27, total revenue to the state, $65.9 million. In 27-28, $1.8 million. Additional dollars in our general fund revenue. So this isn't about tax cuts. This is about bringing in revenue into our state, and it does also help those people who are out putting in extra hours to make ends meet and help provide for their family. They shouldn't get taxed on their overtime. The federal government took it off. Y'all added back in prior to that even being taken off in this snafu that happened with House Bill 25-1296. And they should get a tax break. That's what I'm asking for. These are the people that are working overtime, construction workers, union workers, nurses. They're working overtime, and they deserve to be able to keep their overtime pay and not have to keep paying taxes on it. Ask for an aye vote on S001.
Senator Weissman.
Members, I need to ask for a no vote on the cow, but let's just be real clear why we're even talking about this, all right? Until federal tax law change, income was income. Whether you worked 30 hours, 60, 90. Income was income, you would pay tax on it. Then the feds made a choice so they could sell a bill that was otherwise stuffed full of special interest breaks that K Street got in there. Because we are a dynamic conformity state, We were going to inherit that. So in 2025, we said, no, we are going to have our own tax law. Then along comes a provision like this that proposes another policy. I don't believe it is correct that this would actually bring any money into the state. What's going on in the fiscal note for SB 56 is that it shows a full year impact of negative $120 million to the state. What are we going to cut? Transportation, education, healthcare, IDD supports? What else does anybody care about and fight for here that will be damaged to the extent of $120 million? What was going on that note earlier in the year was a second order effect of other tax policy triggering off. That's the only reason it ended up net positive. Now, even if you wanted to spend $120 million supporting working folks, which is a cause I've dedicated 10 years down here to, you don't do it this way, and here's why. In terms of how this is designed, who's eligible, it's 8% of all workers. We're not even reaching necessarily all overtime workers. Anybody who is modest income, 28,000 and change, single, 56,000 and change joint filer, isn't going to get any benefit from this because they have no net tax liability after deductions that they can already claim. And again, it sounds wonky, horizontal equity. What it means is that we should treat people comparably in the tax code. I know plenty of folks who work hourly. In the trades, it's tough work. But there are people who work just as hard at different work and they just don't happen to be paid hourly. They get paid salary. Teacher I know in my district, longtime teacher, master's degree, I don't even think he makes $60,000 a year salary. He is unbenefited by a policy like this. At any rate, I don't have a ton of history with 56, but members, we are the Colorado Senate. We should not be making $120 million decisions after we have already gone through this excruciating work by members of both parties to balance the budget, which is our legal obligation under the Constitution. We should not be making decisions like this that are $120 million decisions by amendment on day 119 at 6 o'clock at night. So I am here for a big conversation about tax policy next year with anybody in any party who wants to have it, as I have been since 2017. But this is not how we should legislate. I need to ask for a no vote on the cow.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, we wouldn't be here in the last 2 days of the session if Senate Bill 56, not 312, not 289, Senate Bill 56 went through committee, passed out of committee, never got a hearing in appropriations. So we wouldn't be here if we'd actually gotten an amendment, gotten this in appropriations. And actually, maybe I should take that back. We probably would be here because I don't know if I'd have gotten it out of appropriations, and I would still try to amend it into this tax bill. And whether you like it or not, there is a fiscal note that says in budget year 26-27, we will realize $65.9 million of total revenue. And that means that there are individuals, about 8% is what we heard, who will get to have a tax break for working overtime. Now, what this is about is you can pick who you think should be the winners and losers on who gets tax credits, or who gets tax deductions, or who doesn't have to pay taxes. And you can pick winners and losers, because when you look at some of those other tax credits that are going to be triggered because of this, are they more important? Or should we give a group of individuals that work overtime, that are trying to make ends meet in one of the most unaffordable states in the nation, shouldn't we give them a tax break? This only lasts for this 2-year period. So in this 2-year period, here's the advantage of having a bill, 56, that has a fiscal note on it. It tells you how much revenue we are going to bring in. And the revenue is $65.9 million. It's in the fiscal note. You can go look it up. You probably have the bill in your drawer. And in 27-28, it brings in $1.8 million. So this isn't going to force cuts, as been claimed. Oh, the trauma of that. Oh, the drama of being able to say that, right? It's not going to force it. Pick who you think should get the tax break. That's what this is. And I'm thinking it's the people who deserve to get overtime. And here's
what happened, why we're here in the first place. Because prior to July 4th, when H.R. 1 was signed into law, prior to that, throughout an election cycle, promises were made about cutting overtime taxes and eliminating them. And so somewhere through the legislative process, there was this House bill in 2025, House Bill 1296, that created a state income tax addition, which required taxpayers to add the amount of any overtime compensation excluded from their federal income tax revenue to their Colorado taxable income beginning in tax year 26. It was thinking ahead. It's like, whoa, my God, what if the federal government decides to give people who do overtime a tax break? Oh my God, we can't have that in our state. We have to do something prior to this bill happening. Sound familiar? Prior to this bill happening, prior to H.R. 1, prior to the president signing into law a tax break and giving a break to people who work overtime. We had to do it all the way back in the session, in the regular session, prior to it even happening. So, again, I went and got a fiscal note on this. It doesn't say that we're going to lose money, that we need to go find some cuts, and there is no one else in this room outside of my two colleagues on the Joint Budget Committee that have any really true understanding of how bad it was and the cuts we had to make. And I was there every day myself working on those cuts as well. But that's not what this bill is about, and it doesn't say we have to go make cuts. It means we're going to pick between who's going to actually get a tax break. And I'm thinking it might be the people who should get it, should be the people who are getting overtime, who are taking time away from their families to go work extra hours to make ends meet. Maybe to be able to take their kid to the doctor or take them to the dentist or get them braces or whatever they need. That's what this bill is about. Who's getting the tax break and why can't they get it? And it does not require us to go back into our budget and make any cuts. Doesn't require that. No mistake. You can look at the fiscal note. And again, ask for the opportunity, put a bill in. It got through committee. We never heard it in appropriations. You held it up. Never heard it in appropriations. So it's not just the last 2 days that this came forward. It's been around for a while. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator, anyone else? Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of S001 to House Bill 1289. Are there any no votes? Senators Kip, Benavidez, Judah, Wallace, Gonzalez, Cutter, Danielson, Amabile, Doherty, Henriksen, Weissman, Snyder, Ball, Sullivan, Coker, Bridges, Mr. Majority Leader, please add the president. With a vote of 17 ayes, 18 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, S001 is lost. Is there another amendment at the desk? Mr. Schaffler, please read. S002 to House Bill 1289.
Amendment S002.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move S002 to House Bill 1289.
To the amendment.
Thank you. Specifically, this amendment would remove sections 21 and 22 relating to the repeal of the fuel allowance provisions and section 23, 24, 26, and 27 relating to the repeal of the tobacco and nicotine allowances that support pre-K and Proposition EE funding mechanisms. These allowances are not subsidies or loopholes. They were established to offset substantial administrative, compliance, reporting, and tax collecting costs imposed on distributors and wholesalers acting on behalf of the state. I'm just asking that we need to get these so the small businesses and such can actually keep their money in order to pay this tax. But that's what I'm asking for, and I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not kidding myself that I think anything I say up here is going to maybe change any outcomes, but I'm kind of tied at the hip with the fuel allowance in Section 22 of 1289. And that's what we're using to backfill HUTF, otherwise known as HUTF. That's what we're using to backfill that in order to fully fund the Drives program, which is on a crash course to bankruptcy. I don't think anybody in this chamber wants to see DMVs closing or shutting hours, what have you. But the long story is that this is coming, we're at that point now where everything we do is coming at the expense of somebody. We're at that stage of our budget where there are no easy answers, there's no money laying around anywhere. And so I just want to make sure we all understand that the fuel distributors and their truckers and the motor carriers and others, they have been great partners for the state of Colorado. They self-assess fees upon themselves to the tune of around $22 million a year. They pay for things like our PFAS mitigation program, our CDOT's hazard mitigation team. So when there is any kind of a hazardous spill, when you see those guys out there on the road policing it up, know that that's coming from voluntary fees assessed on themselves from this industry. So I know obviously nobody likes to lose their allowance. When it's fully implemented, they're looking at the fuel allowance reduction of 1.5%, amounts to about $9 million a year. And like I said, we don't have any easy options now. But I just want everybody to recognize that these guys, this industry has been great partners with the state of Colorado. I would love for them to continue being great partners with us, but just know that when we have a bill like 1289, which is absolutely necessary, I know it's pretty much revenue neutral, but it picks up a lot of tax expenditures and other things that have been on the auditor's list for a while. But just know that there's real consequences from some of these decisions that we make. And in this case, the fuel distributors, who are great partners, are taking the brunt of this. And I want to address the nicotine tax. I think the good senator from out on the Eastern Plains mentioned that, did very well. But I just felt I needed to come down here and explain that this is going to be tough. I mean, diesel prices, $5 a gallon. This is an industry that's already reeling, and we're taking away a fuel allowance from them that's going to have consequences on their industry. So, thank you.
Further discussion. Senator Weissman.
Thanks, Mr. President. Members, I'll ask for a no vote on this cow, and I'll explain why. There's a few things going on in this amendment. On net, as the senator from Manitou noted, if we were to pass this amendment, it would, relative to the rest of the bill, take almost $10 million out of HUTF. That is state transportation funding, that is county and city transportation funding as well. And as you heard, some other things are happening with that funding this year. What's going on in the part of the bill we're talking about is an adjustment to sort of a volumetric correction we have in statute. When we ship liquid fuel around, depending on temperature, it might have more or less volume. That's just physics. The tax expenditure committee that's been meeting reviewed data from the Office of the State Auditor that suggested that a 1% allowance was more scientifically accurate than 2%. We're not getting rid of it. We're reducing it from 2% to 1% to track the science, to track what other states that have looked into this do. As to vendor allowances, not every state even has these at all for sales tax or whatever other kind of tax. As to the tobacco stuff we've already spoken of, to pass that part of this cow would take $2.3 million away from pre-K programs that I think we all believe in. So appreciate the discussion. I'm asking for a no vote on this cow, please.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of S002 to House Bill 1289. Are there any no votes? Senators Doherty, Amabile, Cutter, Judah, Wallace, Gonzalez, Danielson, Benavidez, Kip, Amabile again, Amabile again, Coker, Lindstedt, Sullivan, Ball, Weissman, Mr. Majority Leader, Henriksen. Please add the President. Senator Bridges. With a vote of 17 ayes, 18 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, S002 is lost. Seeing no further amendments, the motion is adoption committee. The whole report, are there any no votes? Senators Baisley, Rich, Zamora Wilson, Liston, Pelton R., Frizzell, Kirkmeyer, Catlin, Carson, Bright, Pelton B. With a vote of 24 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, committee, the whole report is adopted. House Bill 1429 and 1289 is amended, passed second reading, order revised, passed kind of third reading, and final passage. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate take up special order second reading of bills consent calendar, which is House Bill 1250 at the hour of 6:02 p.m.
The motion to Senate take up that bill on special orders considered the hour of 6:02 p.m. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will take up that bill on special orders consent at the hour of 6:02 p.m. Special orders, second reading of the bills, consent calendar, Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate will resolve itself to committee of the whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion adopted. Senate will resolve itself to committee of the whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar, and Senator Bridges will take the chair.
The committee will come to order, and the code rule is not relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title of all the bills on the consent calendar?
House Bill 1250 by Representatives DeGraff and Bacon and Senators Bright and Wallace concerning procedures relating to state action resulting in the relinquishment of private property and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for the passage of all the bills on special order second reading of bills consent calendar, which is House Bill 1250.
Motion is for the passage of that bill. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Excellent. That motion is adopted. Committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration, that number being one. Will the clerk please read the report?
May 12, 2026. Mr. President, committee of the whole begs leave a report as had under consideration the following attached bills being the second reading thereof and makes following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1250 passed in second reading, order revised and placed in the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
The motion is adoption committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, committee of the whole report is adopted. House Bill 1250 passed on the second reading, order revised, passed kind of a third reading and final passage. Third reading of the bills. Consent calendar. Mr. Schauffele, please read the titles of all the bills on the consent calendar.
House Bill 1324 by Representatives McCormick and Gilchrist and Senator Doherty concerning regulation of the division of professions and occupations and in connection therewith implementing recommendations contained in the 2025 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies. House Bill 1063 by Representatives Bradfield and Ryden and Senator Amabile concerning publishing an easily accessible list of secure transportation providers on certain departments' websites. House Bill 1432 by Representatives Soper and Seward K. and Senator Robertson Pelton R. concerning healthcare payment programs. House Bill 1029 by Representatives Hamrick and Carter and Senator Marchman concerning enhancing representation in higher education by altering the membership of certain entities involved in higher education policy development in the state. House Bill 1033 by Representatives Gonzalez R. and Duran and Senators Rodriguez and Pelton B. concerning expanding the scope of the Colorado Cottage Food Act and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1307 by Representatives Gilchrist and Bradley and Senators Mullica and Rich, concerning the continuation of the Colorado Medical Board and in connection therewith, implementing recommendations of the Department of Regulatory Agencies and the Department's 2025 Sunset Report.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the passage of all the bills on third reading of bills, final passage consent calendar, which are House Bill 1324, 1063, 1432, 1029, 1033, and 1307.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of all the bills on third reading of bills consent calendar. Are there any no votes? Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 261324 and House Bill 261029.
Senator Carson records a no vote on House Bill 1324 and House Bill 1029. Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote for House Bill 261324 and House Bill 261029.
Senator Zamora Wilson records a no vote on House Bill 1324 and House Bill 1029. Oh, Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to be marked as a no vote on House Bill 261033.
Senator Sullivan will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1033. Yeah, they weren't as good as he hoped. Yes. All right, Senator Basil.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would also like to be counted as a no vote on House Bill 1324 and House Bill 1029.
Senator Basil records a no vote on House Bill 1324 and House Bill 1029. Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would wish to be a no vote on 1324.
Senator Pelton R. records as a no vote on House Bill 1324. Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on House Bills 1324 and 1029.
Senator Frizzell recorded as a no vote on House Bills 1324 and 1029. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1029.
Senator Liston records a no vote on House Bill 1029. Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be a no vote on HB 261324 and HB 261029.
Senator Catlin will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1324 and House Bill 1029. Further no votes. Seeing no further no votes, with a vote of 29 ayes, 6 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1324 is passed. Co-sponsors. Co-sponsors on 1324. Kip. Yeah. Huh? Huh? Nobody? Please add the president. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1063 is passed. No sponsors. Senators Kip, Judah, Cutter, Weissman. Please add the president. And Senator Gonzalez. And Senator Exum. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, House Bill 1432 is passed. No sponsors. Senator Kip, Catlin. Please add the president. With a vote of 29 ayes, 6 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1029 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Wallace, Kip, Judah, Gonzalez, Cutter. Please add the president. And Senator, nope, all right. And Senator Danielson is a co-sponsor on 1029. Colker. With a vote of, oh, was somebody whistling? Who's whistling? You got me. You got me. Somebody got me. With a vote of 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1033 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators. Wow. Wallace, Marchman, Kip, Frizzell, Kirkmeyer, Snyder, Lindstedt, Exum, Mullica, Bright, Pelton R., Carson, Liston, Cutter, Danielson. Please do not add Senator Senator Danielson as a co-sponsor. Gonzalez, Judah, Benavidez, Henriksen, Ball. Please add the president. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1307 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Roberts, Snyder, Ball, Marchman, Kipp. Co-sponsors on 1307. Exum, Bright. Please add the president. And Senators Liston, Catlin, Kirkmeyer, Frizzell. And the president's already added. Senator Coker will be credited $1 for throwing paper airplanes in the chamber. Credited $1. Message from the House.
House is postponed indefinitely. Senate Bill 45, the bill is returned herewith. The House is laid over Senate Bill 192 to May 14, 2026. The bill is deemed lost and returned herewith.
Mr. Majority Leader, do you? What are we at? Third reading. Yeah. You good? Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over House Bill 1054 until Wednesday, May 13th.
The motion is to lay over House Bill 1054 to Wednesday, May the 13th. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 1054 will be laid over to Wednesday, May the 13th.
Feelings?
Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of.
Nope.
Oh, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to proceed out of order, take up House Bill 1315. Oh, we already did 190.
We already did it.
Never mind.
What's going on here, man? We've been good for 119 days. Almost there, baby. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of House Bill 1315.
House Bill 1315 by Representatives Soper and Espinosa and Senators Weissman and Carson concerning documents relied upon for parole determinations.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 261315 on third and final reading and ask for a favorable vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1315. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1315 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Wallace, Kipp, Amabile, Judah, Benavidez, Gonzalez, Exum. Co-sponsors on 1315. Please add the president. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of House Bill 1431.
House Bill 1431 by Representatives Bacon and Soper and Senators Gonzalez and Judah concerning demonstrating competency for occupational licensure portability.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move House Bill 1431 on third reading and final passage. And for the love of everything holy, ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1431. Are there any no votes? Any no votes on 1431? Look at that. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1431 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Kipp, Marchman, Cutter, Wallace, Benavidez, Weissman, Snyder, Exum, Bridges. Please add the president. And Senator Coker is a co-sponsor on 1431. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of House Bill 1306.
House Bill 1306 by Representatives Duran and Sukla and Senator Kipp concerning the creation of the Wild Horse Special License Plate and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move HB 26-1306 on third reading and final passage.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1306. Are there any nay votes? Yes. Senators Zamora Wilson, Rich, Frizzell, Kirkmeyer, Benavidez, Pelton B, Catlin, Pelton R, Liston. With a vote of 26, no. With a vote of 26 ayes, 9 nay votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1306 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senator Wallace. Yeah. Please add.
No, we're going to wait. We have to figure out amendments.
The president. Mr. Schaffler. Oh, Mr. Majority Leader.
Dillon. Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1065.
The motion to proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1065. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1065. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of House Bill 1065.
House Bill 1065 by Representatives McCluskey and Woodrow and Senators Roberts and Exum concerning transit and housing investment zones and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1065 on third reading and ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1065. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Kirkmeyer, Frizzell, Zamora Wilson, Rich, Baisley, Liston, Pelton R, Catlin, Carson, Bright, Pelton B, Benavidez. With a vote of 22 ayes, 13 noes, 0 absent or excused, House Bill 1065 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Gonzalez, Kipp, Wallace, Cutter, Lindstedt, Bridges, Amabile. Co-sponsors on 1065, Doherty, Judah. Please add the president. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1102.
The motion is to proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1102. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we proceed in order to take up House Bill 1102. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of House Bill 1102.
House Bill 1102 by Representative Lindsay and Senator Snyder concerning the funding of the Colorado Drives Vehicle Services Account in the Highway Users Tax Fund.
Senator Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1102 on third reading and final passage.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1102. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader, Frizzell, Zamora Wilson, Rich, Pelton B, Bright, Carson, Catlin, Pelton R, Baisley, Marchman. Just to make sure, Senator Kirkmeyer, you do not wish to be a no vote on 1102, is that correct? Senator Kirkmeyer. Thank you, Mr. President. No worries. No more reconsiderations. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1102 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators. No, this is co-sponsor. You would like to be a co-sponsor as well as a no vote? No. Senator Amabile. Kipp.
Birdie on my shoulder.
Please add the president. Which one are we on now? Which one are we on? Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to proceed out of order and take up House Bill 26-1138.
Nice. The motion to proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1138. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Wow, the ayes have it. And we proceed in order to take up House Bill 1138. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of House Bill 1138.
House Bill 1138 by Representatives Woog and Espinosa and Senators Rodriguez and Kirkmeyer concerning measures to prevent organized retail theft and in connection therewith creating the Retail Theft Prevention Advisory Board and the Retail Theft Prevention Grant Program in the Division of Criminal Justice.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of House Bill 1138 on third reading and final passage. Ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the motion to passage of House Bill 1138. Are there any no votes? What? Senators Zamora Wilson, Baisley, Benavidez. Have you joined the crew? All right. With a vote of 32 ayes, 3 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, House Bill 1138 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators
Enjoy your majority leader.
Wallace, Cutter, Marchman, Snyder, Doherty, Lindstedt, Bridges, Frizzell, Pelton B, Pelton R, Bright, Liston, Doherty again, Amabile, Exum, Roberts, Danielson, Carson.
We'll do it at the end.
What are we doing? No, don't do that. Malika, Ball. Please add the president. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1427.
The motion to proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1427. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1427. Mr. Schauffele, please read the title of House Bill 1427.
House Bill 1427 by Representatives Espinosa and Senator Snyder concerning updates to the Uniform Antitrust Pre-Merger Notification Act approved by the Uniform Law Commission.
Senator Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1427 on third reading and final passage.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1427. Are there any no votes? Senators Zamora Wilson, Baisley, Carson, with a vote of 32 ayes, 3 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1427 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Marchman. Please add the president. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1274.
The motion is proceed in order to take up House Bill 1274. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. And proceed in order to take up House Bill 1274. Mr. Schauffele, please read the title of House Bill 1274.
House Bill 1274 by Representative Lindsay and Garcia and Senators Wallace and Weissman concerning authorization for a state agency to award a percentage of the total value of a grant agreement to a nonprofit grantee of a grant program in the agency upon the execution or renewal of the grant agreement and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
The good senator from Longmont.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1274 on third reading and final passage.
There is further discussion. Might there be an amendment?
Yes, there would be.
Senator Pelton B.
Mr. President, I would like to ask permission for a third reading amendment.
Please tell us why.
Because I'm sorry, thank you, Mr. President. Because in our haste last night and how late it was, we might have made the amendment too broad. Now we're just narrowing it to just somebody that the General Assembly cannot authorize advance payment to the grantee pursuant to this section, and we're just narrowing it to one individual.
And this is permission and request. Senator Weissman.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. President. I just wanted to speak in support of granting permission. Was really bothered by what happened last night, but I appreciate the senator from Northern Peltonia coming to me earlier today, letting me know that this was the plan. It does put the bill into a better shape relative to the present revised version, so encouraging a yes on permission and a yes on the amendment when we get there.
Aww. We need a senatorial 5. The motion is permission to offer a third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and permission is granted. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read L007.
Amendment L007, amend revised bill, page 6, line, strike
Senator
line
Pelton
7.
B.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move L007 to House Bill 1174.
Further
Or
discussion?
1274.
Further discussion? Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. To the sponsor of said amendment, I'd like to understand and ascertain why you are offering said amendment. It's your amendment, come on.
Remember that speech I made earlier about Senadora? The pressure's on, dog. Mr. Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's about transparency. There's been a lot of news stories about folks here in the legislature that is taking money from NGOs, and this is one of those things where we don't want to give that extra money that's all the advance, the 25% advance. So we just doing this in transparency, and that's the biggest reason why. That's why I ran the amendment.
So, nope, stay around over here. So, help explain why you feel that a member of the General Assembly, being an employee, officer, director, contractor, or paid consultant of the grantee is the appropriate narrowing of the amendment that was initially offered last night.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. President. Because when we made it too wide, I didn't feel like it was right that if my daughter decided to work for one of these nonprofits, that my biggest thing is that it's not her fault that I'm here. So I want to make sure that we narrow it down. That if I'm elected, I'm here. We need to be transparent on where the money is coming from. That's why.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you. And so help me understand why you believe that under this amendment language, being an officer of a nonprofit organization would be a conflict to then be able to be a grantee pursuant to this section.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. President. The biggest reason is because it's transparent. We need to be transparent on where the money's coming in. If we're getting this money from nonprofits, we need to be transparent about it. That's why.
Senadora.
Senator Peltonia, to the good senator from Peltonia, can you help me understand, because the last time I checked that are on our annual disclosures that we already file on an annual basis to disclose our memberships, our as candidates and as elected officials, is that not already transparency enough? Why punish a nonprofit organization under which you may serve as an officer of a nonprofit organization? And I'm asking this to the sponsor of the amendment.
And Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I rise in support of the amendment. The amendment says that an administrative state agency shall not authorize advance payment to a grantee pursuant to this section if the member of the General Assembly is an employee, an officer, a director, a contractor, or paid consultant of the grantee. And I understand that there has to be transparency and it has to be reported, but here's the thing. How about conflict of interest? If you are receiving in any of these capacities dollar amounts from where you actually work as well at the General Assembly, something that you may have voted on, in other words, a grant program, or I don't know, maybe you passed legislation or passed a law that created a grant program and now you're taking advantage of that, I would think that's a huge conflict of interest. So saying that an administrating state agency shall not authorize advance payment, that's all it's saying here, is advance payment to the grantee if they're a member of the General Assembly and that member is an employee, officer, director, contractor, or paid consultant of the grantee. Makes sense to me because it would be a huge conflict of interest and probably, in my mind, an ethical situation.
Senator Pelton B.
And I think the biggest thing is we want to be very careful about the appearance of impropriety to make sure that we're not doing anything wrong or illegal. I just want to make sure that that's why we did this.
Senadora.
So then, I appreciate the discussion and the rationale. My question about this as a policy choice is that, look, in the interest of transparency, nobody ever wants to be against transparency, which is why that information is already required in our annual candidate and elected official disclosures. Let's not pretend that this is new information that would not already be able to be discerned. That is required of us in order to disclose to the public on an annual basis. Now, I took a 17C on this amendment, on the previous amendment that was previously adopted a few hours ago. I believe it was last night, maybe it was this morning. I actually don't remember. Because my husband would be implicated in this. I believe and I appreciate the fact that you agree that that is overbroad. What I'm trying to understand and discern is if you're actually looking for transparency, wouldn't you actually want to just ensure that those disclosures are being made in the annual candidate and elected official filings and not embedded in this bill? That's, I think, the policy question that we've all actually got to grapple with when it comes to this amendment.
Senator Weiss.
Thanks, Mr. President. Members, just in the interest of clarity, because there's a lot of sort of discussion going on up here. To be really clear, Senator Wallace and I favored the re-engrossed bill. We didn't want what happened last night, but that option's not on the table. What's on the table right now is the revised bill with the conceitedly overbroad amendment that I think would risk impacting a lot of folks who are involved in some nonprofit in some way in their community or are through their family might want to try to serve their community by in the future standing forth for election. Too broad, should not have gotten on the bill. I appreciate the senator from Peltonia bringing this amendment today. It more appropriately narrows the scope. I will confine my feelings about this versus, again, the re-engrossed. But as between the bill without the amendment and the bill with the amendment, the bill with the amendment is better policy. I'm asking for a yes vote on the cow.
Further discussion on L007.
Mr. President, I need to take a 17C on this amendment.
Very well. Senator Judah will be recorded as a 17C on L007 to 1274. Further discussion? Seeing none. The motion is the adoption of L007 to House Bill 1274. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, 117C, L007 is adopted. Further discussion on 1274? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1274. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader, Kirkmeyer, Frizzell, Samora Wilson, Rich, Pelton B, Bright, Carson, Catlin, Pelton R, Liston, Baisley, with a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1274 is passed. Co-sponsors. Cutter. Please add the president. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate proceed.
Oh, Kip. Sorry. What are we doing? I'm sorry about that.
Co-sponsors?
Co-sponsors on 1274. Kip. Benavidez. Snyder. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move with Senate proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1286.
The motion is proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1286. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1286. Mr. Schauffele, please read the title of House Bill 1286.
House Bill 1286 by Representatives Leader and Richardson and Senators Colker and Liston, concerning a requirement that a commercial motor vehicle have a human present when the commercial motor vehicle is being driven by an automated driving system and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Colker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1286 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1286. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader, Frizzell, Pelton B., Zamora Wilson, Catlin, Pelton R., Baisley, Carson, with a vote of 27 ayes, 8 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused. House Bill 1286 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Sullivan, Kip, Exum. Please add the President, and Senator Mullica, and Marchman, and Danielson, and that's it. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1326.
The motion is to proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1326. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1326. Mr. Schauffele, please read the title of House Bill 1326. 1326. He has to read the title.
Oh, yeah.
Senatorial 5. Mr. Schauffele, please read the title of House Bill 1326.
House Bill 1326 by Representatives Duran and Wilford and Senators Rodriguez and Cutter, concerning the continuation of the Public Utilities Commission and in connection therewith implementing the recommendations of the 2025 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies and making an appropriation.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask permission to offer a third reading amendment.
And you'd like to also move?
I'd like to move a third reading amendment number 106. Oh, God.
Please move House Bill 1326.
Okay. I move House Bill 1326 and ask permission to offer a third reading amendment.
Yeah, please tell us why.
Because we're doing a few things in this amendment. There's some, after so many amendments happened, we needed to adjust the ledge deck accordingly. And then there's just a tiny little technical cleanup.
The motion is permission to offer a third reading amendment for House Bill 1326. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. There's a member of the desk, Mr. Schauffele, please read. L106.
Amendment L106, amend revised bill, page 23, strike lines 15 through 18, renumber succeeding paragraphs accordingly. Page 27, strike lines 24 and 25. And substitute.
Cutter.
Sorry.
And now let's move the amendment.
Okay. Move Amendment 106 to House Bill 1326.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L106. Are there any no votes?
The amendment.
Amendment L106.
Yeah.
Stop it. Ooh, scared me. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, L106 is adopted. Further discussion on 1326. Seeing none, the motion is the passage happened. Wow, House Bill 1326 as amended. Are there any no votes? Senators Frizzell, Kirkmeyer, Zamora Wilson, Rich. I don't want to unlock my iPhone. Bright, Carson, Pelton R., Catlin, Baisley, Liston.
That was my last bill.
Aw. With a vote of 25 ayes, 10 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1326 is passed. Co-sponsors. Co-sponsors for the Majority Leader's last bill. Mr. Minority Leader. Kip. Gonzalez. Wallace. Snyder.
You don't have
Ball.
to vote for it, and you can still co-sponsor.
Lindstedt. Bridges. Exum. Marchman.
Go big or go home,
Please,
baby.
oops, Sullivan. Please
This is the power
add the
that's gonna generate
president. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until when? Huh?
Balance of third reading.
Oh, balance of third reading until Wednesday, May 13th.
The motion is to lay over the balance of the third reading of the bill's final passage calendar until Wednesday, May the 13th. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. Message from the House. Help!
Mr. President, the House has voted to recede from its position and discharge the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1363. The House requests return of the bill.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until Wednesday, May the 13th.
The motion is to lay over the balance of the calendar to Wednesday, May 13th. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we're going to lay over the balance of that calendar until Wednesday, May the 13th. Delivery to the governor.
To the governor for signature on Tuesday, May 12, 2026 at 11 a.m. Senate Bill 51, 92, 132, 144, and 182. To the governor for signature on Tuesday, May 12, 2026 at 5 p.m. Senate Bill 189.
Today is the governor's birthday. Signing of bills.
The president has signed House Bill 1095, 1135, 1183, Senate Bill 51, 92, 132, 144, and 182, Senate Bill 189.
I don't remember signing any of those. Announcements. No announcements. It's amazing. What time we starting? 9. Mr. Majority Leader.
We got to talk about 5 of you for an hour. Who wants to start at 9? Raise their hand. Who wants to start at 10? Too bad none of you get to make a choice. Thank you, Mr. President. I thank you guys for all your work today. Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adjourn until Wednesday, May the 13th, 10 a.m. in the morning.
Wow. You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will adjourn until Wednesday, May the 13th at 10 a.m.